still noon, and I want to welcome everyone to the Metropolitan Transit Commission, normally called MTC, our Wednesday, April 26th meeting. We start at 5:30 today, and I'm really glad to see everyone here and available. So I'm going to call our meeting to order, and our voting representatives are required to state their presence. So I'm going to go through the list. I am Vi Lyles, and I am present. Lee Altman.
Present.
Woody Washam.
Present.
Rusty Knox.
Present.
Huntersville's mayor. I'm sorry. What did I say before? Huntersville mayor.
Linda Bales is here.
Okay, thank you. And the mayor of Matthews.
Present.
And the mayor of Mint Hill.
Present.
And the mayor of Pineville.
Here.
And we have our NCDOT representative present. So,
Thank you.
thank you. I really am glad that you've been able to join us. Okay, let's see. Our next order of business is the approval of the March 22nd, 2023 summary of our minutes. I think all of that was sent out in the package. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Have there been any corrections or any comments on the minutes? Hearing none, I'll ask the voting members to raise their hands to approve and adopt the minutes. All right, thank you very much. I'd also like to now do introductions of those that join us regularly representing the regional aspect of what we're doing. And I will start with our Gastonia mayor.
Present.
All right, Mr. Reed, if you just state your name and your connection with the MTC, please.
Walker Reed, Mayor of City of Gastonia, non-voting member.
All right. Anyone else on our
Excuse me. There we go.
Zoom as a non-voting member?
Bill Funberg, Mooresville representative.
I'm not interested. Okay, Marion Holloway, Mayor of Monroe, non-voting member.
All right. All right. We also have the city managers of the cities in our Mecklenburg County. So if we would have them introduce themselves. We'll start with Mr. Grant.
Andrew Grant, Town Manager, Cornelius.
Anthony Roberts, Town Manager of Huntersville.
Do you see your manager up there?
I'd like to introduce my town managers here. Ryan Spitzer.
Hi. Good to see you. Any other town manager in the room or that we're having hosting our meeting? All right. Thank you. We have Renee Garner. Ms. Garner, would you introduce your connection to our organization?
Yes, I'm Renee Garner, a commissioner for the town of Matthews. I'm the alternate vote, so I'm just
Okay.
listening in.
Thank you very much for being present with us today. Let's see. Anyone else? Hollis, is there anyone else that we have on the? Okay. All right. So that is both our voting members as well as our regional representatives in the meeting this afternoon. All right. We're going to start with our public comments. Do we have anyone sign up to speak? And the speaker is Chris Wallace. Mr. Wallace, welcome.
Hi, my name is Chris Wallace. I'm a North Mech resident, have been since I was 8, now I'm 25. And in that time, I've never owned or driven a car. I get around by my bike, feet, and the transit. I'm here today to discuss a program that's going to change up a lot of the mobility access in North Mech. That's the Microtransit Pilot Program. Been following it since I learned about it a year ago. And For just a quick refresher, North Mech has the three towns, Davidson, Cornelius, Huntersville, with a combined population of a little over 100,000 over about 59 square miles of land. They're serviced regionally by the Metro Rapid lines and locally by the Village Rider network. Due to the low ridership of the Village Riders, both before, during, and since COVID, North Mech was proposed as the first pilot program area for CATS's microtransit implementation. But there's a couple big flaws with the pilot that I'd like to call attention to and propose solutions for. The first and foremost is the hours of operation. In the various town meetings, it was explained that the microtransit can't operate outside the windows of operation for the Village Riders because the temporary vehicles wouldn't be ADA compliant. But the limited hours of operation is the reason why ridership is so low on the Village Riders. I've been working second shift jobs most of my adult life, and I can't take the bus home because they stop at 7. My shifts end between 9 and 11. If I can't take it home, I can't take it there. I have to Uber home from this meeting because there's no buses running right now. I think that during the pilot program, the Village Rider Network hours of operation should be expanded so that way the pilot program can run at those extended hours. Because if the current hours don't get ridership, and those are the ones you're basing it off of, you're really not going to get meaningful data. Also, while I'm at it, I'd like to propose the idea that either CAT's van pool or the Village Riders be used as maybe call-in shuttle services to the Metro Rapid commuter lots down Jeton Road, Bethel Church Road, and Torrance Chapel Road in Cornelius. Currently, the only way to get to commuter transit is to drive there because, again, the hours of operation of the Village Riders don't line up with even the commuter transit, so it essentially burdens the regional transit with additional parking costs. I intend to stick around after tonight's meeting if there's anybody who'd like to talk with me about this, which I would greatly invite. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Wallace, I'm really glad that you... Mr. Wallace, I'm really glad that you said that you will be able to stick around. We will have a presentation on microtransit presented by Mr. Lawrence in our planning group as a result of a meeting with the Northern Town mayors. We have I think some things that you'll be pleased to see. Thank you so much for bringing your vision and voice forward with this. Do we have any other speakers?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, thank you. The next item on our agenda is a very important item because we've discussed this and we've talked about the role of NCDOT working with CATS on a number of occasions. And in this particular time, we have narrowed it down to the discussion of NCDOT from the State Safety Oversight Office. And we're glad to have Jason Orthner here with us to present today on behalf of the of NCDOT SSO office, but he also has some other team members with him, and please do those introductions as well. So we're glad to have you, and thank you for joining us, and the podium is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for having us here at this very important meeting today. I just want to recognize the importance of a group like the MTC in ensuring that great transit is provided, to this region. With me today, I do have Jamal Pullen, who leads all of our safety programs here at the Rail Division, which that is a major component of what we do in the Rail Division, as well as members of our communications team. So thank you again. Glad to be here. We'll get right into it. Slide, please. This is a start with what the Rail Division at NCDOT is about. This is our mission statement. You'll note that the first word we use in our mission statement is safe. The safe and efficient movement of people and goods on North Carolina's railroads through freight, passenger, and safety programs, supporting job creation and economic growth. We are a multifaceted organization. We have a lot of different programs that do a lot of things in the state, but at the center of those things really is the issue of safety. We have a program that looks at statewide safety of the railroads through reducing grade crossing collisions, as well as reducing trespass incidents of folks, walking or illegally walking or using the railroad track where they should not supposed to be. We provide support to law enforcement and educating them on the environment of the railroad. We work with the Federal Railroad Administration on their programs to ensure safety of the overall statewide rail system. And then we also have the very, very important component of our program, which is the State Safety Oversight Program, oversight of transit agencies, of which CATS is currently the only rail or fixed guideway based system in the state. Next slide. Thanks. So a little bit about SSO, the State Safety Oversight Program. This is a program managed by the FTA. North Carolina DOT is not the only DOT that does this. Every state that has fixed guideway transit around the country has an SSO program or SSO responsible agency. Usually it's in the Department of Transportation in most of the states around the country. But the SSO essentially is that states that receive funds from the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, for light rail or streetcar systems, fixed guideway systems, are required to maintain a state oversight program to oversee the safety of those rail transit systems. And that is held in the Code of Federal Regulations under Title 49, Part 674. So the NCDOT Rail Division is the entity that serves in this capacity for the state of North Carolina. Our role is to ensure that CATS is complying with its agency safety plan. But we do not direct CATS in their day-to-day operations or activities. Our role is directly safety oversight. As the operator of the system, CATS has the responsibility for the safe operation of its light rail and streetcar systems. Next slide. So just a little bit about the roles and responsibilities that a state safety oversight program has, and this is directly attributable to 49 CFR Part 674. But we're charged with establishing and managing a compliant and effective SSO program, one that does the job of overseeing the safety of that rail transit system. We maintain oversight of the safety of the RTA, the Rail Transit Agency, within its jurisdiction, that is, in our case, CATS. We coordinate with RTA in establishing minimum safety standards that are documented in their plans. We approve the RTA's agency safety plan, and we use our established authority to conduct inspections and use any other means to verify implementation of corrective actions. We ensure thoroughness of accident investigations when we conduct a triennial safety program audit of the RTA, and we provide an annual status of safety report to the FTA, this board, and other key stakeholders in the operation, that's in the SSO operation. Next slide. So a little bit about our investigations and directives. NCDOT requires CATS to address issues which are identified by our program through data collection and safety data reviews and inspections. If NCDOT finds that there is a lack of compliance with the CATS safety plan, but there's no known threat to the safety of employees or the public, NCDOT may issue a letter of non-compliance to CATS. One example is the recent notice that structure inspections had not been completed for that. If NCDOT determines an unsafe condition at CATS, then we may communicate a requirement or a directive for CATS to address the safety concern immediately. And this was represented most recently by the outcome of the final report from the May 2022 derailment. Next slide. So in the next few slides, I'm just going to go through some of the current safety actions, two of which I already mentioned, and then so next slide, please. So look, the timeline on the derailment has been a topic of interest. On May 21st of 22, we were notified of a CAT light rail vehicle derailment. This was a single axle derailment, the center truck of one of the light rail vehicles. 24 passengers were offloaded safely, with one passenger requesting medical evaluation at the scene. And as required, CATS provided the preliminary report to NCDOT within 72 hours of this incident, where we at least had the details of exactly what happened at the time of the incident. Over the next several months, we have a monthly discussion with CATS about all the things regarding the safety of their system and in accordance with their safety plan. And at that meeting, we requested updates from CATS on the vehicle manufacturer analysis of the derailment, which was the focus of this analysis, of determining what the root cause and what happened. That process that was basically, we were told over those several months that it was still at the manufacturer and still being analyzed. In December of 22, the light rail vehicle manufacturer completed its draft analysis of the derailment and provided that information to CATS. CATS then submitted its final incident investigation report to DOT for the May 2022 derailment on January 25th, 23. And that was the time that the department really had the full picture of not just what happened, in the incident, but the causal factors and the list of the contributing factors that were part of that incident, including the information of the vehicle manufacturer's recommendations for overhaul and the lack of and some deferred maintenance that was related to that. Next slide, please. So on February 6th, we had fully completed our review in communication with CATS, and we sent a letter to CATS noting several unacceptable hazardous conditions, requiring the system to develop corrective action plans for the state agency reviewed when we reviewed the accident report. Again, those were focused on the fact that we at that point knew exactly what was going on with the axles. We knew exactly what was happening with the compliance with the manufacturer's recommended overhaul of those axles, and we were able to enter into a very detailed conversation with CATS about specific unacceptable hazardous conditions. On February 15th, CATS responded to NCDOT's recommendations. On the 17th, just 2 days later, we sent a written response that we could not approve CAT's current risk mitigation plan, and we directed CATS to develop a corrective action plan and install safety measures, which included a 35-mile-an-hour speed restriction on the light rail system. Again, this was in response to ensuring that the system would operate at a level of safety, given the risk, regarding the specific issue with the axle. Those corrective actions also included removing the highest mileage vehicles from service as well as some other factors that they were required to provide to us. On February 23rd, and just as a note, they immediately had installed at the time that letter was sent, that same day they had reduced the speed to 35 miles an hour. CATS submitted the updated risk mitigation plan on February 23rd, and on March 2nd, we approved their updated risk mitigation plan that included the speed reduction for the light rail vehicles, the daily temperature strip monitoring, the expediting of corrective actions to address deferred vehicle maintenance, and removing the highest mileage vehicles from service immediately. We continue to have active conversations on this very regularly, and are even now working with CATS as they look at how that they can expedite their program to retrofit and upgrade their vehicles to address this condition. Next slide. Talk a little bit about the structure inspections. Again, this was a notice of non-compliance with the agency safety plan. We learned that CATS had not complied with its own structure inspection requirements on March 16th. The last structure inspection was in 2019. They're required to do it on a 2-year basis, and so we produced a letter issuing the fact that they were in non-compliance with that part of their plan. CATS is currently in the process of completing the inspections. We're regularly in communication with them on that now as well. Our follow-up actions included requiring CATS to submit a corrective action plan, which is true for any incident that happens on the system at all, and to complete the overdue bridge and elevated structure inspections. NCDOT has required CATS to submit a monthly report detailing its inspections of all CATS capital assets and including a monthly bridge inspection schedule. So we'll continue to conduct oversight to ensure the transit system is following its required safety plan and completing the necessary structural inspections all the way through to completion. Again, we are being provided a monthly report, and that was an outcome and included in the corrective action plan. Next slide. Speaking of the issue related to the Rail Operations Control Center and the staffing there. So we conducted an unannounced inspection of the ROC and formally communicated the findings of the inspection to CATS on April 1st of 2023, literally within hours of doing the inspection. And this included a directive to staff the ROCC with at least 2 controllers on all shifts and a corrective action plan for CATS to evaluate the workload assigned to the 3rd shift ROC employees. We also stated in our letter that they are not to operate the system without the full system without those 2 employees in the ROC as a component of ensuring that they meet this safety risk mitigation plan. And they are required now to submit a planned and actual ROC employee schedule for monitoring weekly by the SSO. This is a report, a detailed report that we receive weekly on the status of their staffing at the ROC. And I'll just say in conclusion that our partnership with CATS is certainly improving. The communication with CATS is certainly improving. We take our, I would say this, we take our responsibility of safety oversight extremely seriously. Safety is a very serious business. And, you know, if in our dealings with CATS, we find issues that require us to use our authority, both under the federal code and state law, to actually suspend operations, we will issue that directive if we've determined it is unsafe. It is absolutely critical in a safety program like this, and this is not unique just to this one, it's true for any safety program anywhere, that transparency between the oversight agency and the agency providing services is absolutely critical. That level of communication and bringing forth issues as they happen is how we have success and create an effective safety and safe transportation system. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Mr. Ortner, thank you for coming down, presenting, and going through the record keeping and the guidelines or the timeline. Mayor Higdon from Matthews has a question, and then as Ms. Commissioner Altman as well. Please just raise your hand if you have a question. So, and I'll get that. But now let's start off with Mayor Higdon and Matthews.
Good evening. What percentage of the LRVs currently are operating on a deferred maintenance schedule?
I don't have that data point right with me right now, but that is certainly something that we can provide if needed.
And another question I have is, during your investigation, did you look at maintenance for all portions of the LRVs, not just the trucks and the thing that failed? Are you looking at all maintenance schedules for all safety critical components?
Well, certainly our investigation is focused on, you know, the root cause, and that takes, but our analysis certainly will spill over into additional corrective action plans and things as we discover other things. There is a tremendous focus in the case of the operation of those vehicles on the axle replacement right now. But as we determine, I mean, we have the ability to, as we determine and uncover additional things, we can certainly take our investigations as deep and as far as they need to go.
Great. Yeah. Again, my concern is that, you know, is this an isolated incident, or are there other areas where maintenance was deferred?
Commissioner Altman?
Thank you. My first question, which is a holdover from the last meeting, and why I wanted so much for you to be here, and thank you for making the trip. I have, your last letter that I believe we have is the March 2nd letter. And I have trouble squaring what you've written here with my ability to represent to the public that it is now safe. So I'm going to read again what has been written here, and if you can explain to all of us why, notwithstanding this language, we can assure our residents that's what I'll be looking for. On page 4, it says that it is not conducted, meaning CATS, any form of risk assessment or hazard analysis as required by CATS Agency Safety Plan and NCDOT's program standard to quantify the risks presented by the UHC number 1 or to identify additional risks that the condition of deferred maintenance may be causing, nor has CATS examined and presented information on potential other contributing factors and/or mitigations that may exacerbate or reduce hazard risk. And before you answer, again on the next page, a similar question. Current risk mitigations include the installation and monitoring of temperature strips on the LRV axles. However, this safety risk mitigation alone is reactive and unpredictable and potentially catastrophic LRV axle failures and does not reduce the associated safety risk to an acceptable level. So if you can square what y'all wrote on March 2nd as we sit today, so that I will have confidence when people ask me, that would be really helpful.
Sure, absolutely. So what we identified in that letter was that the risk mitigation plan was not sufficient, and I believe some of that was related to the operation of both the high mileage trains and the speed at which they operate. We have since accepted their corrective action plan, which includes those measures of removing the high mileage vehicles and reducing the speed of the system and doing other risk mitigation measures like monitoring of the vehicle temperature. We still reserve the right to take further action if we determine there's cause. But if our office believes that the actions that CATS take do not appropriately mitigate the risk of the operation of the system, then we'd issue a further directive to suspend operation or change operation.
Okay. Was there a further writing from CATS, from NCDOT after this, or was it just all verbal to say what you said, which is that, you're comfortable now with?
Right. So there has been interactions with CATS. I don't have those details right in front of me right now, but there has been lots of interaction with CATS, and all the way up until this previous week on ways that they are addressing this particular issue.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cagle?
So I will say, and I will point Ms. Altman and other members of the MTC to the March 2nd, 2023 letter, which was issued by DOT, NCDOT, SSO, because the packet, it's in the entire packet in those 500 pages, maybe 25% in, but we have also printed that for you in just at your seat, because that is, so as what we were referring to, the March 2nd, 2023 letter, subject NCDOT approval of the Charlotte Area Transit Systems CATS Corrective Action Plans CAPS to address NCDOT's unacceptable hazardous conditions letter and speed restriction directive. I think, Jason, I was going to point out to the MTC that that is the final acceptance of the CAPS corrective action plans related to the derailment and the maintenance associated with that issue stemming from May 21st, 2022. And so we did take the liberty of pulling that specifically out of the packet. The packet includes all of the letters that were referenced by Jason and NCDOT, but we did want to provide you with the final letter accepting the caps or corrective action plans.
All right. NCDOT is on record. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I was wondering, what is the status of this organization in your mind? Are we sitting here on probation now? How do you know that the guidelines are going to be adhered to? I know they've been set by this organization, and I'm good with that, but how do you know they're going to be adhered to? Or is that your responsibility?
Well, two ways to answer that. Number one, CATS is ultimately responsible for following their agency safety plan. Our role is to ensure that they are following their agency safety plan. What has happened over the last several months is the level of intensity of our oversight functions because of what we've seen in the actions. That includes additional reporting. It includes additional unannounced visits and other types of oversight activities that will provide that level of assurance. But obviously, CATS has a responsibility to be properly resourced in safety, to be properly organized in safety, in accordance with the plans that we've developed with them.
Yes, Mr. Simmons?
With that intensive oversight, I noticed in one of the notes you made there for their compliance on their structural inspections, that it hadn't been done since 2019, and that it was required every 2 years. However, you didn't notify them for 4 years. Is there some trigger there that we're going to make sure that going forward that their 2-year plan gets turned into you in 2 years and it doesn't slide out to 4 years?
Well, absolutely. We are an audit-based organization, and so the safety of the system relies on the transparency of the organization to report on things that are deficiency. And if we have a finding of any kind, we drill deeper. Now, what we're doing as far as that particular activity now is we're requiring, really into perpetuity, a monthly update on inspections.
Thank you.
I did not introduce two of our co-chairs of our Transit Services Advisory Committee, my apologies, as well as our Transit Advisory Group. And so Mr. Jarrett Helms has a question, and I want to recognize you to ask.
Thank you. So I have two separate questions. So my first one is excluding unannounced inspections, because again, they're unannounced, obviously. What is your present cadence as far as the inspection, as far as any form of regular or extra inspections on CATS, either CATS vehicles, CATS facilities, or other things? And then my second question is, so obviously there's been increased inspections on our light rail vehicles, which is understandable, as well as the notice of noncompliance in regards to our bridges. So I wanted to ask, what other either vehicles or structure things that you typically will bring attention to as far as your inspection efforts?
All right, the first question on cadence, we have very regular cadence of coordination with CATS. There's a monthly coordination that I mentioned where we go over basically the status of safety on very specific items. And that list is obviously growing a lot larger. So that list is occurring. We also have a quarterly required, more intensive analysis with CATS, and then the annual as well. And then the very intensive triannual audit, which we will pick lots of areas to look at and drill deep into. So there's several different interactions that go on there, in addition to unannounced, in addition to other types of ways that we provide oversight of the safety of the system. And on the second question, remind me again.
So my second question is so I'll kind of repeat myself, so obviously there's been increased attention with the inspection and the looking at of our light rail vehicles, which is extremely understandable, and as well as the recent notice of noncompliance in regards to CATS's bridge structures. So I wanted to know, so what are the typical either vehicle or structures that you may look at, or as well as you may have an increased look at now given the notice of noncompliance? So essentially, what are the vehicles or structures that you may take a look at or take a look at more now?
So our purview is over all things safety. So that means tracks, vehicles, signal systems, maintenance facilities, pretty much everything that's a component of the CAT system is under our purview. There's been a lot of focus on vehicles, obviously, so that's going to be an area that we're going to have a heightened focus on right now. But if we, in our audits and our other types of, interactions and unannounced visits, if we find other areas that require a significant amount of attention, we will drill into those as well.
Thank you, and I also echo Commissioner Altman and our statement of thanking you for your work as well as coming over here. So thank you.
Thank you.
I got one. Mr. Knox, Mayor Knox.
Yes, I want to thank you also for being here. I want to go back to the March 2nd letter, page 5. I want to read something, and then I want to fast forward a year and a month later. As stated, current risk mitigations implemented by CATS RCM personnel following the May 21st, 2022 derailment includes the installation and monitoring of temperature strips on the LVO axles. However, this safety risk mitigation alone is reactive to unpredictable and potentially catastrophic LRV axle failures and does not reduce the associated safety risk to an acceptable level. Additionally, the procedure for inspecting axle temperature strips requires a written procedure and must be adhered to, contrary to noncompliance found by NCDOT. As such, NCDOT identifies the limited mitigation, missing documentation, and inconsistent compliance to be an unacceptable hazardous condition. For me, words matter and accountability matters. So fast forward a year and a month from that statement that DOT made. Where are you now with the mitigation steps that CATS has taken so I can look somebody in the eye and say we're good?
So for the corrective action plan that we did accept from CATS, in our intensive additional oversight of those activities, we can say that they, to our knowledge now, they are in compliance with what they've been directed to do. We won't let our foot off the gas on making sure that level of oversight and intent and for safety stops anyway. And if we find that there are other risks or things that need to be done from our office, we will provide further directives.
Thank you.
Mayor Higdon.
Yeah, I have another question. I must admit, I didn't read in detail all 500 pages of our packet tonight.
Shame on you.
Yeah. But I did look at some of the analysis of the bearing that failed, and I noted that there was water inside the bearing and other contaminants that caused some corrosion that shouldn't be there. And to be fair to the manufacturer, the maintenance was deferred. However, I wonder, as part of the corrective action, this may be better answered by someone from CATS, have we considered using a different brand of bearing that might be a little better than, I believe the manufacturer is SKF?
Yes, sir. So nothing against SKF bearings. They make a great product. However, we do believe, it is our opinion, that Timken bearings are superior in their useful life. And all bearing replacements that are being conducted as part of the truck overhauls, we have specified the exclusive use of Timken bearings moving forward.
Well, I'm an engineer by trade, and I approve of that.
I was going to say,
that's good.
engineer to engineer.
Timken was what I was going to suggest, so that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bales? Mayor Bales?
Thank you. Thank you as well for being here this evening. As I'm looking through the timeline of events, and obviously we all know that the derailment happened on the 21st of May of 2022. There was more than 6 months between the time of the accident And the time that the report, let me find the date here. Final accident investigation report to NCDOT of January of this year. From the time of the accident to the time that you received the final report, did you require any mitigation as we're sitting here going through this investigative piece? Did we need to go to 25, 35 miles an hour during that time frame? Or are we just kind of running full speed ahead, waiting on an investigation to be completed?
Well, I think the best way to answer that is, what would certainly have helped during that period is some open and transparent communication about exactly what, was going on with deferred maintenance. We were not provided that information until we received the final investigation report. Short of that, we basically had a single axle drop on the track, which by itself is not a significant, issue. But clearly, as the manufacturer completed its analysis and then the final report was issued, it revealed a much bigger issue than we had line of sight to during that period of time. But we did ask for regular updates, and they did provide regular updates that the axle was still at the manufacturer for analysis.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? I want to thank you, Mr. Ortner, for coming, and appreciate the participation and the partnership that we have. We understand your role is really very important to our system's operations, and we look forward to continuing this dialogue as well as all of the paperwork that's necessary so that you can not have to come again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so when we talked about the agenda preparation for this, we knew that this was the #1 important issue that the committee, or it's Monday, Tuesday, I'm trying to figure out what day it is, whether I'm in a council meeting or an MTC meeting. So we had a very specific discussion around the idea that now that NCDOT SSO has been able to present to everyone and have questions, we thought that we would follow up to the MTC March meeting action plan that were some specifics. And there have been several emails that have come and talked about a number of things. So since our last meeting, we identified the issue around what is the role of the MTC in legal speech, to talk about what the Charlotte City Council has discussed and what their operations are, and as well what the city manager has identified as priorities. So we've been working really carefully, highly on safety and maintenance and reliability, but we also want to make sure that we're working together on this. And so I'm going to ask, you have on your agenda in the order that we go through the legal review, and this is our city attorney, Patrick Baker. He was formerly the city attorney in Durham, but he's now in Charlotte, and 2 years, 3 years, I can't even remember.
4.5.
4.5, so 4.5 years. And then Mr. Driggs, who is chair of our Transportation Planning and Development Committee, and then we'll go to Mr. Jones, our city manager, to just do the follow-ups on some of the issues that people have raised as questions. So we also have in the staple package before you the information that those bodies will talk about, the letters, the comments, the review of the legal issues are well, and the one that's got the crown on it.
So it starts with the NCDOT letter.
And then goes to the crown.
After that, it moves into Mr. Baker's
Yes,
letter,
item.
et cetera.
So if you can pull that up, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, my name is Patrick Baker. I'm the city attorney for Charlotte. In my role as the city attorney, I obviously represent the city council and also have a team of attorneys that report, or don't report, but they provide legal advice to CATS, and Mr. Thomas, who is typically, he's sitting back there, and is typically at your meetings as a part of my office as well. In recent weeks and months, I have asked Mr. Thomas to help get me up to speed on the MTC, where everything is, and in particular, the interlocal agreement that you all are working off of. The document that you have on pages 69 and 70 really started out as notes to myself, because I knew that the council was going to be asking me some questions, and for me to prepare myself to be able to answer some of those questions. Those notes did turn into a memo that I provided to council about 3 weeks ago, I believe, and then over the course of time, I felt like I should share the memo with you all as well. So the memo that you have here, I changed the 2-line and the date to make it coming to the MTC here, but it is essentially the same information that I provided to the City Council. It is not original scholarship. It is a lot of cutting and pasting of the interlocal agreement so that there's clarity as to who does what as it relates to the oversight of CATS in particular. I won't go through all of the documents, all of the paragraphs. If there are questions, please let me know. But the gist is that I started off with recognizing, as you all know, that you're a public body subject to the laws of North Carolina, particularly as it relates to what public bodies are governed by, open meetings, public records. As and I'm sure you've heard this from your individual attorneys in your communities about, as you're putting together emails, that those become public records, text messages as well, that you act as a body at a scheduled meeting, as opposed to, the reply all simultaneous communications to stay away from. You've heard all those before, but just to put that in to make sure that everyone knows that you are a public body, and explained the role of Mr. Thomas vis-a-vis the Charlotte City Attorney's Office and what his role is here. A lot of the background, purpose, and authority literally is lifted right out of your interlocal and put here into context, and in particular the specific authority that the MTC has as it relates to programming and budget planning for CATS, and also the direct oversight of the chief transit official that's spelled out on the second page there. Reference the committees that you're aware of, and again, this is language that has been pulled out of the interlocal to be put into this particular memo to make sure that my council members, particularly those council members that don't routinely work on transit issues directly, that they had an understanding of what was going on as well. And then it concludes with making clear the MTC having significant roles and authority as it relates to regional coordination and cooperation and developing the operating and capital programs for CATS, and that the day-to-day operations of CATS is with the city of Charlotte going forward. So if there are any questions that you have about that, hopefully it's straightforward, but I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page on, in particular, that you have access to the information that I'm providing to the City Council.
All right, I know that, I think we sent this out earlier, and any questions about it? Any questions or comments on
Well-
the interlocal agreement?
I will have some questions or comments, but I think it might be more efficient to let the remaining presenters under this whole item get out all their thoughts and positions, so I can talk about it all globally.
All right.
Unless, anybody else can do what they want, but that's what happens.
We certainly can accommodate that. Our next speaker is Mr. Driggs.
Good evening, everybody. Pleasure to be with you. My name is Ed Driggs. I am the District 7 Council member. I also chair the Transportation Planning and Development Committee and am a member of CARTPO. I would draw to your attention in the printed packet, you'll see a document that's entitled CATS Oversight and Remediation Report. And this was something that I created before our last committee meeting on April 3rd in order to map out the issues that had been identified, provide a little bit of status on them, and establish a framework for our work going forward in order to remedy all of the concerns that have come to light. So you'll see basically it talks about derailment, talks about the maintenance not timely, missed bridge and parking decks inspections, communications failures, NCDOT conflicts, and then the financial situation at CATS. So what I'd like to do tonight is just read a statement I've prepared, and then I'm happy to answer some questions. I have been the TPD chair since the mayor announced committee assignments following the installation of the current council in September last year. City Council takes the CAT situation very seriously. Public trust is fragile, easily damaged, and hard to repair. We are committed to working on CAT's issues until trust is restored. As you may be aware, the mayor and the manager appointed an ad hoc working group of 4 council members to oversee efforts to address the issues at CATS. The group is headed by me and further includes Mayor Pro Tem Winston and council members Bakari and Anderson. If you look at the academic and professional experience of this group, I hope you will agree that we are qualified to ensure that the rehabilitation of CATS covers all the bases. The working group has had 2 meetings with Mr. Cagle so far. We have established broadly that there are 2 major issues, identifying and addressing all the operational deficiencies at CATS, and, just as important, communicating very clearly to CATS governing bodies and the public what actions are being taken and any new information that comes to light. We have agreed with Mr. Cagle on the concept of a dashboard that will catalog the issues we are aware of or will learn about, and for each of those outline the status of actions that are being taken. Mr. Bakari has provided to Mr. Cagle and the working group a detailed risk assessment template based on his experience as a senior-level risk manager at major organizations. We will use this as a reference to ensure all categories of risk or possible problems are being explored. It is our intention to report our activity and findings to the MTC and the public through real-time notices where appropriate and in monthly updates to the MTC in conjunction with reports you will receive from Mr. Cagle. One thing I would like to note, in the past week or 2, there have been high-profile media reports about statements made by former CAT CEO John Lewis to the effect that people other than himself were responsible for the problems at CATS. You will have seen a statement that the city issued in response to these allegations. I do not intend to respond to them today. I just want to offer 2 comments. For one, Mr. Lewis contended that he had notified the MTC of the derailment back in May of 2022. That would be a big story if it were true, but I believe this body is adamant that it is not true. That should give you some pause when assessing the remainder of Mr. Lewis's allegations. The second thing is, it really isn't clear to me how a longtime CEO could even attempt to contend that he was not responsible for the problems at CATS. And speaking personally, I don't understand how he thinks his attempts to disclaim responsibility will benefit his reputation. So there's a lot that can be said about his allegations. There are some things that did appear in the city's statement, but I would just ask this group to take a lot of what he said with a grain of salt. One notable feature of these interviews was his contention that the city manager was responsible for many of the problems at CATS. This question of the manager's responsibility has been raised by others, including Mike Collins on a Charlotte Talks program in which I participated on April 13th. I'm sure this will be a topic at his next performance review by City Council. Mr. Jones did not hire Mr. Lewis, but he was the man at the top, i.e. the buck stops here, which a couple of my colleagues said on that show. Well, he may be the man at the top, but let us not forget that Mr. Jones is also the man at the top for the fire department, the police department, solid waste services, Charlotte Water and Stormwater, the airport, the planning department, the finance department, the annual budget, the information technology department, the human resources department, engineering and property management, and general services, and probably other departments that I don't even know about. CATS represents about 5% of the city budget. Mr. Jones is not a transportation expert, but a broad-based manager. Responsibility for judging his performance rests solely with Charlotte City Council, and our assessment will consider his role in the CATS issues in the context of his strong performance in many other areas. The City of Charlotte is committed to the MTC and to our shared priority of working with neighboring communities through the Connect Beyond process to create a regional mobility network that will benefit all of us. It is important that we are completely open about the problem of CATS, without letting publicity about them undermine our greater purpose. I look forward to reporting to you in the future about progress on mobility, even as we continue to rebuild public confidence in CATS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. All right, Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the commission. So what I'd like to do is share with you a letter that I shared with the council and the public on it's March 30th, and I believe it's the next piece of your packet. And it really talked about a 5-step process to help address some of the issues that have been circulating. First, in that memo, I indicated that I'm requesting the Federal Transit Agency to conduct an off-cycle review of CATs, and I'll go into detail about some of these areas as I proceed. Second, I'm referring the oversight of a comprehensive review of CATs to the Transportation Planning and Development Committee, which Mr. Driggs chairs, and I'm recommending that the council establish a work group to take a deeper dive into CATs, report back to the committee as well as the overall council. Item 3 deals with the CAT CEO search, and effective immediately when this was sent out, I suspended the CAT CEO search for at least 6 months. Fourth item, I'm working with city leadership to create resources for CATs immediately, which includes additional personnel support. And then lastly, I'm reviewing how my office is structured in relationship to oversight of portfolios and departments to ensure that we have the appropriate level of oversight, communication, and accountability. So sitting here tonight, I'll give you a little bit of an update. So yes, I did suspend the CEO search, mainly because we want to give Brent, Mr. Cagle, and his staff an opportunity to identify issues and address them. Some of these issues are foundational that we've been talking about tonight, and they are doing a tremendous job, so I appreciate that, Brent. The FTA review, the FTA has verbally agreed to conduct an off-cycle review. And here are some of the key points. They will review CAT's finances, operations, and maintenance, and that's what the FTA terms the state of good repair, as well as they will review other aspects of CATs. Now, the FTA will be hiring an outside consultant to conduct the review, and they are going through their procurement process as we speak. The other item that I talked about was the referral of this situation to Mr. Driggs' committee. The mayor did make the referral on April the 3rd, and I'm not sure if Councilmember Driggs said this, but the first committee meeting, I guess since this has gone out, is Monday, and there will be an update that deals with CATs and where we are with some of the issues that we've discussed tonight. Then fourth, what we have done is provided CATs with some additional resources. And what I've been saying all along, which is pretty important, is that we do have a very large organization with a number of professionals that I believe are at the top of their game. You know, one of the things that happened very early is we were able to have Chad Howell, who was in our order department, to come over and provide resources for CATs. Earlier this week, we named Chad as the permanent CFO and deputy director, so great job, Chad. And even as I said in the room when we were going over the budget, I think you can see a big difference very quickly in terms of what Chad has done. But also, we provided some additional resources to CATs, and I'll just name a couple of them. Victoria Johnson will serve as a special assistant to the CEO, and Victoria has vast knowledge of change management and operational experience. She actually ran solid waste services for 15 years, and she has 26 years of operational experience. What's so great about Victoria helped establish a group here in the city, which we call the Queen's Team. And part of that is to make sure that the issues that are important to employees are brought all the way up to the attention of leadership. So we have Victoria helping us there. And then lastly, Craig Fox will join CATS as a special assistant to the CEO. We talked a lot about asset management. We have Craig as a professional engineer and with a lot of experience with operational management. He spent some time at the airport, where he actually oversaw projects that integrated FedEx and Amazon into the Charlotte market to provide efficient transfer of their cargo. So just one of the commitments was to make sure that CATS had a number of resources available to them throughout the organization. So we're making good on that. So, Madam Chair, that's what I have as an update related to the memo that I sent out.
So you've heard both from the council member who is leading the work group as well as the committee of the council that's working on this, and our city attorney scoping out the roles under our existing interlocal agreement or interlocal structure, and then the manager on the operational changes that have been made. So let's open this up as a discussion. We'll start here with Mr.
Mayor Edwards, that's okay.
Mayor Edwards.
It's Wednesday.
Yeah, it is Wednesday.
Thank you. I have a question, and Mr. Lewis in his interview talked repeatedly about procurement. Is there anything in procurement that substantiates or negates what Mr. Lewis said with the number of days it took to approve maintenance and other requirements of CATS? And I understand some of the reasons why the city removed the procurement from CATS, but that's not the point. He had some very specific things as far as dates, what was put in, and apparently no results. So I'm not looking to shoot anybody. What I'm looking for is finding out how this has extended itself. You brought up FTA, Mr. Jones, and FTA was here to do the investigation after the derailment, a month after the derailment. And they didn't even find the maintenance problems. What did they do? I think that's one of the reasons that we voted 2 months ago to get a outside person to come in, do the investigation. FTA seemed to have missed the big boats that were floating by. And I think we need to look at that. But I would like to find out on the procurement issue, how much substantiation did Mr. Lewis have? Was it held up? If it was, who held it up and why? That's all. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, thank you, Mayor Edwards. I'll try to give it a good shot, and then Brent may be able to go into a little bit more detail. And I do want to be cognizant of the things that Mr. Lewis said, which have a series of inaccuracies with them. So we'll see if we can address some of those tonight. So I don't want to discount why the city took over procurement from CATS. There are state requirements, and there are requirements that are related to the city council that just weren't followed. And there are a number of audits that we can provide to you that show the history of that. Overpayments, vendors not being paid, and that was problematic. What I will tell you is this concept of the procurement services requests, or this PSRs that Mr. Lewis talked about, is not something that is a city thing. It's something that was created in CATS that various audits suggested that is cumbersome and not a good process. So I think it's important that when you start to think about some of the things that were provided publicly and trying to make a connection with the city process, that they weren't the city processes to begin with. So I think that's at 30,000 feet. Brent, would you be able to, oh, I'm sorry, the other thing that I think is extremely important is that there has been a lot of effort to help CATS with issues related to procurement. There were monthly meetings where CATS put their priorities in order, and they met with other staff in the city, and that included the CFO for CATS. So this concept of CATS priorities not coming to the city and procurement is a bit foreign to us. because of all the effort we put into it, including when Mr. Cagle was an ACM over General Services and Procurement, as well as an ACM in the room now, Liz Babson, that CATS was in her portfolio, which she actually became an advocate for CATS to see how we can resolve some of these things. But I think Brent can provide a little bit more color to this concept of these PSRs and some of the things that were said.
Yeah, so I would say, Mr. Jones, you did a good job on laying this out. Let me add a little bit more. So as Mr. Jones said, so let me start by saying, the procurement policies are in place for very important reasons, right? We want them there. They're what ensure that we procure things and we follow legal guidelines. And quite frankly, it ensures that we protect the taxpayer and we make wise decisions when we buy, that we have the right kind of pricing, that we're doing our best to be efficient and effective with the things that we buy. So procurement policies are important. But the key to every effective procurement process is planning ahead, knowing what you need and contracting for it, and then knowing when that contract will expire and procuring it or renewing the contract before it expires. And so what I believe is there was some lack of planning in CATS related to that. And as Mr. Jones said, the PSR process has been referred to, that is the purchase service request. That is a process that CATS created so that if you are a field manager in CATS and you need to buy tires or you need to buy motor oil, you can then start the PSR process, which notifies CATS Finance that these purchases need to be made, and then CATS Finance would go the next step to city procurement to make the procurement. And what we've seen through audits is that the PSR process in CATS was inefficient, that there were bottlenecks in the process created by certain members of CATS staff. What we've also seen, and so Mr. Howell, over the last 160 days, has been working to improve that process. CATS still uses the PSR process because you do need that planning process to assist with procurement. When I was in the aviation department, they had a process called the PPR process. That's pre-purchase request, right? Departments have these processes that help departments to plan for proper procurement processes. The PSR process itself was inefficient, it was ineffective, and we are working to correct that. The other thing I'll say, without going into the weeds, because even though I find this interesting as part of good government, I don't know if everyone else in the room wants to hear about it. I will say, Mr. Lewis talked about one of his PSRs for bridge inspections that had been outstanding for 2 years. I think he said 200 days, so not 2 years, 200 days. What I will tell you is that same issue was brought to me. We've talked about it tonight. And within a week, we had deployed inspectors to do those inspections. And today, those inspectors, about 4 weeks later, are about 85% done. So in about 30 days, we've actually come close to completing something that Mr. Lewis, I guess, believed was something that couldn't even be started in 200 days. I don't know the reasons for that, and I don't know. But what I can tell you is I will say, in my experience, the city, one of the great strengths of the city of Charlotte, and I truly believe this, is when a department head needs assistance, right? When there's a procurement or an issue that needs to be resolved, department heads work together, and with the manager's office, with our assistant city manager, and there is always assistance to be had. And I don't understand exactly what the issue was with Mr. Lewis or Ms. Sherman or the CATS team, but I will tell you that has not been my experience inside of the city, and quite frankly, it's not my experience today in CATS.
Yep, it still doesn't answer the question. If they processed a request into procurement after it was taken away from them, please, and there was nothing done, is there anything to substantiate the number of days it actually took from the time that CATS made the request to when it was finally approved or not approved?
Let me be more direct.
Okay.
As we looked at the PSRs, there were PSRs that were accruing days that were not actionable, but CATS did not remove them. And Mr. Lewis continued to report on those as if they were actionable PSRs. They had never made it to procurement, or they couldn't move into procurement because they didn't have a scope of work or a complete scope of work, or because the CATS CFO told procurement to prioritize these things over those. And so, I mean, let me directly answer your question. I'm not saying that Mr. Lewis was incorrect in the information he provided. I think the information he provided was not correct. So he said what he believed, and Mr. Lewis had his PSR report frequently with him. He would talk about it in the city. But that PSR report was reflective of processes that really were not processes. They had never started, or they had been deprioritized, or they were not able to be acted on. So when we talk about PSRs, remember, there were PSRs in the system that could never or were never brought to procurement to act on. However, they were not canceled out of the system. So they continued to accrue days. There were some PSRs with 1,000 days, but they were not actionable PSRs. So one of the things that Chad has been working on with procurement is cleaning that up. Right? If there are PSRs that are actionable, we need to know that so we know how long it takes. And if they're not actionable and not ready, they need to be moved back out of the system and brought forward again so that we do know true cycle time, because we do care about cycle time. And procurement, we need to do it the right way, but it also needs to be efficient, and we need to move those forward as quickly as possible.
Madam Chair?
The other question is the FTA and what they didn't uncover in their investigation, supposedly, which are the things that we're talking about now that has thrown all the red flags up and everything else. And they did not discover the maintenance issues or any of the other problems that existed. So I guess it's a point of, is FTA the right person to do an investigation of CATS, since they didn't accomplish anything from the first time around? It appears.
Sure.
I'm
So,
sorry.
without having the report in front of me, what I would say is that as we had NCDOT here tonight, not only CATS, but our presenter tonight also will report up to the FTA. So with this level of scrutiny on this item, I would believe that you would get a similar response from the FTA as you received from NCDOT tonight as relates to what they call, what's the right term? The good of maintenance, the...
State of good repair.
Yeah, the state of good repair.
One thing I will add to that is, as Mr. Jones said, NCDOT is empowered or authorized by the FTA. And so when you think about the accident investigation for the May 21st conducted by NCDOT SSO, they are empowered by the FTA. So there was a thorough investigation of the accident, as well as by NCDOT SSO on behalf of FTA, the FTA Headquarters Safety Office, and as well as the triennial review, which is looking at financials, financial records, and state of good repair type of information, in their words, operations and maintenance records.
Ms. Mayor Bales?
Thank you. To follow up on Mayor Edwards' question, two things jump out at me. First thing is, why in the world in procurement was that not red flag and addressed quickly with Mr. Lewis? Why was it allowed to continue those days, items sitting in procurement that no action could be taken?
Okay, so I'll start off by saying that we have to frame this the right way. Many of those things weren't in procurement. So again, this is something that's happening within a department that is not necessarily making its way through the system. I would also say to you, and it has been said tonight, but let's just put it on the table, as this transfer of procurement from CATS to central procurement occurred, it was clear that there wasn't collaboration between CATS and procurement. There are different ways of saying there wasn't collaboration. I'm not saying there was sabotage, but it's clear that it wasn't helpful. CATS wasn't helpful in this transition.
Second point in regards to the FTA. What I heard this evening in the communications with NCDOT was that there was a lack of open and transparent communication with NCDOT from CATS. I would argue then there was probably a lack of open and transparent communication with the FTA. That's going to have to be corrected as we move forward.
I don't disagree. I would say I'd like to pull something out of the Management Partners Report that came about this past December, a month after Mr. Lewis and I guess 2/3 of the leadership team left. And it was very clear from the Management Partners Review that poor organizational structure within CATS, lack of communication within CATS, and cooperation at the executive level within CATS, lack of transparency from senior staff in CATS, low employee morale in CATS, an executive team that does not foster a positive work environment is central to what's happening. And so I don't know if we said it this way, so I'll say it. Brent comes in, Chad comes in, none of the rules changed. None of the people changed in terms of the manager's office, and all of a sudden things are getting done. So I just think that's important that as we have this discussion.
Well, I think that as we go through this process, and I'm glad to hear, very glad to hear that things are changing and getting put on, we're putting ourselves in a place of being kind of right-footed, right? Setting ourselves back up for success. It troubles me that it almost feels purposeful not to provide the information during this process to NCDOT and to the FTA. It's almost as if we withheld, CATS withheld this information, knowing that maintenance had not occurred. If they had known, they probably would have put measures in place right after the derailment. And they would have, for more than 6-7 months, they would have already implemented the 35 miles per hour. They would have already taken the necessary steps to kind of right the ship. But the communication did not occur. That's what troubles me.
I guess it's important to say that based on the presentation tonight, the root cause analysis wasn't totally finished until, I believe, December. And whatever the from Siemens, I guess. And so whatever the conversations were back and forth between then, I can't tell you what they were, but I do understand.
But don't you think that information would have been relevant? That particular information, that maintenance had not been occurring, that maintenance had been deferred, that was important information to have shared.
I don't disagree.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you're right. Mr. Cagle?
Yeah, one thing I will say, I think I heard it tonight, but if not, rest assured, this is my commitment. I believe that NCDOT did say that, hey, They are now working much more closely with CATS and believe that transparency has increased. So that is my commitment, regardless of what happened in May, June, July, so on. Our commitment is to, number one, safety is first. Number two, to work closely with the FTA, with NCDOT SSO to ensure that. And number three, to keep the MTC, City Council, and the public aware of how we're progressing as we fix these issues. But transparency is important, and that is my commitment to it.
Mr. Hearn, and can I go to Mr.
Yes, you
Hearn
can.
first and then come back
Absolutely.
around?
So, I don't think anyone's ever stated this yet, but first of all, to Mr. Howell.
And
First,
can you get, talking to the mic, I can't really hear.
can you hear me now?
Better,
Yeah.
Closer, closer.
closer.
Move the whole thing up. There you go.
Sorry about that. So first, I want to say to Mr. Howell, congratulations on becoming the permanent CFO. I just wanted to say that right off the bat. So my first thing is not as much a question, more of a statement, but I do have a few questions. So first, in regards to now finding out, Mr. Lewis had said that he had stated to the MTC about something to the tune of a derailment last year. That definitely would not be true. While I may not have been a non-voting member of the MTC last year, our chair, Ms. Eshelin, was, and she definitely is someone who takes vigorous notes and asks vigorous questions when it comes to this stuff. And both me and her were very much surprised when this first happened. So I just wanted to say that right now. So I have a few questions. So first, more to Mr. Cagle and City Manager Marcus Jones. So first of all, so obviously things are becoming much more efficient with Mr. Cagle and Mr. Howell in these respective roles. So what is now the current timeline with some of these PRs, some of these PSRs going through the system compared to before?
Yeah, we can pull that detailed information. Here's what I would say is procurements, there is no specific timeline for procurement. Some can be done in 60 days. Some take 12 to 18 months. It depends on what you're procuring. Bus operations contract, 12, 18 months. Tires, 60 days, right? And so there's a spectrum, but we can certainly, with general services procurement, provide this body with statistics on what our turn time is and how we have been working through the PSRs. What I would say, I had this conversation with Mr. Howell. Mr. Howell assured me that the PSRs that need to move forward, all procurement processes that need to move forward are moving forward. But we can provide you detailed statistics on that.
Thank you. And next we'll go to Mr. Driggs. So first of all, Mr. Driggs, I'd like to thank you for your leadership on the Transportation Committee and everything, as well as having the ad hoc committee. So you'd mentioned yourself, Mayor Pro Tem Winston, and as well as council members Bakari and Anderson are on this committee. So since the institution of this ad hoc committee, what have you guys have been kind of charting on doing so far, as well as what is your kind of maybe, let's say, 30 to 60 day plan with this committee? Now, if you've already have mentioned a couple of this, I do apologize, but I just wanted to just ask you directly.
So I just want to be sure I understand the question. You're saying, what is our plan? What is our work plan? Or
Yeah, so a mix of what has been done thus far within that committee, as well as what is your kind of plan if there is one, or what are things you plan on either asking or doing within the next let's say 30 or 60 days in regards to looking into CAT's operations and everything.
So as I indicated, we started immediately, in fact, before the creation of the working group, with this list of the issues that we know about. We talked to Mr. Cagle about the actions he's taking. Our intention is essentially to build on this initial concept of the scorecard, the dashboard that he wants to develop, and As these issues are processed, we will look for opportunities to review documents, to conduct interviews, or take any other action that we feel is necessary for us to get to a level of our own individual comfort on the work that Mr. Cagle is doing. And that is not to second guess him, but it is just because we want to have a primary basis for being able to report to you that we studied this thing and pulled it apart, and we have seen evidence of how substantial the report is that you will receive. We don't know yet what all of that is because we have had the 2 meetings so far, and those were really kind of a work plan thing. Mr. Macari was a senior risk manager at a number of large organizations, including Wells Fargo. So he submitted this rather intimidating 4- or 5-page document with all the different risk categories and the actions that you take, reviewing audit reports and other documents. So I think we're looking at that as the template. And we will then follow the actions at CATS and satisfy ourselves that there is nothing in any of the paperwork, for example, that should have been made public and wasn't.
So I will say, as someone who's in data and risk management, I will say this is music to my ears. So I do thank you for your leadership in this, as well as putting this together. So I do want to give you another thank you for that. And then finally, to City Manager Marcus Schoen. So you had mentioned you had requested the FDA to have off-cycle reviews. So are there any differences between the typical on-cycle reviews that that they may do versus the off-cycles that you may have requested, or any additional things you might want to have them look at, things such as looking into personnel roles, how things relating to finance and other things in terms of being able to either uncover or be able to find other deficiencies that maybe we may not even know at this present day?
No, thank you for the question. So yes, in addition to the FTA review, as it relates to the state of good repair, there could be opportunities for them to review other aspects of CATS. So the idea is between the FTA review, what's happening with the ad hoc group, the dashboard, providing information almost daily, it seems, that we would cover and the report tonight, that we would cover many of the aspects that were presented at the last MTC meeting.
Thank you.
All right. Mayor Washam?
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll be fairly quick here, but, you know, our 20/20 hindsight's always fabulous. I mean, it always is, and it is with this situation for sure, too. There are lots of problems. They've troubled me greatly, but I'm ready to move beyond this. I mean, I feel confident about where we're headed. I like what I've heard tonight. We're not 100% there, but I like the guardrails that have been put up. I think there's a lot of alarms that'll go off now that wouldn't have. I think we'll be a better organization in the future than we ever have in the past. And I'll tell you right now, I don't know how many days you said, Brent, you've been around, but whatever that number is, not quite 6 months yet, but you know, I feel like I've learned more about CATS and the operations of CATS and our role, City Council's role, and how this really operates than I ever have known. And I've been mayor and on this board for 6 years. Mm-hmm. So I think we're a better organization going forward, and I'm proud of that. But I'll say that in a guarded way because we've been through a lot. We can't ever let that happen again. Amen. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mayor Washam. I have Mayor Higdon and then Mayor Knox.
Just a quick question. I believe City Manager mentioned that the FTA was going to hire a third-party consultant to help do the audit. Who is paying for that? Do we have to pay? Is the city or this group?
No, we won't.
Okay.
Neither this group nor the city.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Mayor Knox?
Okay, so just 2 quick, and these are paradoxes of each other, but I'm going to ask anyway. So in my previous life, I was a contractor on 5 military bases, and the onus of fulfilling procurement requests or purchase orders, if you will, were the backbone behind making sure things got done properly. And I heard Mr. Cagle talk about actionable items and non-actionable items. I'm more concerned about tangible items. If the PSR was not the right form, did anybody bring to light the fact that there's a new form that you got to fill out? It can't be, the fault can't be because the right box wasn't checked, okay? That can't be. And the onus of that responsibility lies on two people. Procurement, number one, if procurement was shifted, and number two, the person that did the PSR that didn't follow up and let it sit in the till for 1,000 days or 200 days. So that's one of my concerns, and the other one has to do with the committee that Ed's on right now, and what our role is as voting members of the MTC representing our respective communities. I understand that CATS is a department underneath the guise of the city of Charlotte. But based on the guidelines that I read in this interlocal agreement, I'm wondering why there's not representation from other voting members of this board on that committee for review.
That is something that I've struggled with, because it's a 26-year-old document that probably wasn't ever designed to think about rail or many other things that we're doing, or the growth in our county. And so I do think that we have a structure issue, but we right now have an interlocal agreement that is pretty much, I asked the attorney any question about it, but it was the way that was designed, and I wasn't around. I mean, I think I've been here 6 years as well, and I know more about this than I had, except I knew that we had a separation between, like the union and the city and the way that we managed, and I knew that there was a advisory role for MTC, but not the kind of role that we would have, I think, if we designed something today. So I see the manager and Councilmember Driggs also want to address it.
Sure. So, Brent, I'll take the second part of the question if you'll take the first part, dealing with
the procurement. You
yeah.
get procurement. He gets procurement.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, thank you, Mayor. I believe that as you see information coming out, whether it's through the FTA review or through the work group or through the dashboard, there's going to be so much information being pushed out. I can't address the question of who should be on the ad hoc committee, but I do believe that you're going to see more information pushed out than ever before. I will tell you that Brent and I talk maybe a half a dozen times a day, and 4 of them I wish we weren't talking. But I would tell you, but I will tell you that as everybody else has talked about CATS tonight, I'm getting more information from CATS than I've gotten since I've been the manager. So while I'm not addressing what you're saying directly, I just don't believe things are going to be done in a vacuum with this ad hoc group. But through the various items that we discussed tonight, I believe more information will be pushed out.
Can I add, I do think that reorganizing the way that we conduct our meetings and going for the things that have to be talked about is really, really important. And, we've been here since whatever time it is. I have a new watch and it doesn't tell me digits. But if you think about, it's 7 o'clock and we started at 5 and we're still on the area where we're talking about improvements and change in CATS. And so that to me says that it is a buy-in for more conversation. And I think, Mr. Driggs, would you address the question about updates and how that's going to work?
I did have a couple of comments. For one, CATS is a $160 million a year operation. Do you think if a huge amount of procurement had not proceeded normally, they would have been able to operate? There must have been an enormous amount of money that was spent in the ordinary course of business. I don't know what the procurement was that Mr. Lewis says was held up, but I will point again to my prior comment. The failure to do inspections and the failure to conduct maintenance were on the management, the then management, and those are the people that are now complaining. So I would just, as I suggested before, ask that we take with a grain of salt some of those allegations. CATS has been running all this time. There was one incident that occurred with the derailment. There hasn't been another one since. And so I think my goal here is to try to maintain some perspective. As far as the activity of the group is concerned, it does raise basic questions about the MTC. My understanding about the MTC always was this was a partnership of communities joined together in pursuit of goals that we had for mobility, that was mainly what it was about. Our intention was to ensure that any of the work that was done by our planners was inclusive and was acceptable to the communities, served the communities who are our partners. So that's the central mission I see. We have always had on City Council and Charlotte the responsibility for all the stuff that goes on, like decisions that had to be made, spending decisions, other things. A lot of that was kind of part of our work, and it's part of my work as the transportation chair. So at the same meeting at which we discussed these issues, we also had a presentation from Geraldine Gardner about Connect Beyond, and I am very focused on all of us participating and contributing towards the realization of some of those goals, some of that aspiration. We're going to have to fix this, and we will fix it, but I do think that the operational responsibility for CATS rests with the manager. We oversee the manager. And so I expect you to demand from us that we satisfy you that the work that we have done was done sufficiently and properly. I would hope that we would be allowed to decide as elected officials and as the management, where the action is needed or what in particular has to take place. I will certainly be back here. I'm going to be very answerable to you, but I'm afraid that if we start to create too big a committee on this process, we are going to, frankly, encumber ourselves. So you can critique what we're doing, whichever way you see fit, but I would hope that we would be allowed to be the focal point of the effort to fix these things, overseeing Mr. Jones and Mr. Cagle. Thank you.
Ms. Commissioner Altman?
Thank you.
Mr. Thunberg, we'll come to you after Ms. Altman.
So a lot has happened in the 30 days since we were here. And some of it really goes to trust and transparency. And this has been a great meeting. I've heard a lot of things I've liked, but some of it has really not been consistent with what I've heard outside the meeting. And so I feel the need to correct the record and lay out my view of what I've heard over the last 30 days and what I've heard tonight. And then we can decide, I can decide where I am, and I'm sure we'll take a vote on some of these matters. The city manager needed to backtrack and let us all know that he had in fact been advised of the derailment the day that it happened. City Council was falsely told that the MTC did not vote for an independent third-party transit investigator. After CATS representations at the last meeting that we were here, when we were told the trains were safe, NCDOT issued a fresh round of warnings that the rail operations in the Rock were insufficiently staffed and it would shut down the rail entirely if more staff could not be added. Charlotte announced a flurry of actions subsequent to our vote for a third-party transit investigation, including this Federal Transit Administration off-cycle review, with the clear implication being that this would, in their minds, preempt or take the place of the MTC's unanimous vote for an independent third-party transit investigation. I've heard statements of city officials minimizing the derailment and implying that the seriousness of the situation, all of it, including, not maintaining the trains for years and all of it, has in some sense been hyped or exaggerated. Despite promises of changing a culture to encourage employees to come forward, the city has failed to follow up with at least one employee who had the courage to do so. Although having been alerted in late March, I confirm that as of yesterday, no one from the city has reached out to an individual who's prepared to share firsthand knowledge concerning information about CATS operations. I'm not real sure what the point is to talk about a change in culture, encouraging people to come forward when, if they do, nobody gets back to you. And I believe this gentleman believes no one will, based upon my conversation with him yesterday. Regarding our unanimous vote for the third-party transit investigation, a city leader said, quote, "We council will consider that when and if that is helpful." And this member also said that ultimately the city council has authority over any expenditures in this context. And we've heard from the city attorney today explain his memo, which, if I may paraphrase, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but do you believe that we lack authority for the third-party transit investigation vote we took? That seems to be my impression. That's my impression of what you've said, so.
The vote was a resolution to request it, which I think you're certainly entitled to do. The question ultimately is who can enforce it, who can require it, and where the authority comes, and that's where I'm questioning.
Thank you for clarifying. So I have two broad observations. The first is that we had the authority for the vote and for it actually to be followed. And the second is that the FTA's work does not supplant our need for a truly independent third-party transit investigation that answers to us. Some background. When the Mecklenburg County voters passed the half-cent sales tax to fund transit in 1999, the MTC was created by the interlocal agreement to give governance power to the people who were being taxed. No taxation without representation. Thus, the voting members of the MTC are the mayor of Charlotte and the mayors of the towns of Mecklenburg County, Huntersville, Cornelius, Davidson, Pineville, Mint Hill, and Matthews, plus the county commissioner. We've heard a lot of talk about how confusing this is out in the community. But under the local agreement, the joint nature of the city of Charlotte and the MTC overseeing CATS was intentionally designed to be intermarried and interlocking, because while CATS is run by Charlotte, it is funded by all of Mecklenburg. Just like the House and the Senate have to both agree to pass a bill to become a law, both Charlotte and the MTC, which represent different constituencies, have to agree to decisions for this integrated regional transit system. The MTC is not some sort of advisory board to Charlotte. We are a peer organization. Contrary to what the council person said, that ultimately city council has authority over any expenditures, it should be borne in mind that the financial contributions that each of the towns in Mecklenburg County agreed to entrust to the CATS operations was done pursuant to a signed governance agreement. For example, the most recent record I have found from 2020 is that Mecklenburg County remitted $55 million to CATS. And my budget director confirmed today that our 2022 sales remittance from Mecklenburg County to CATS was $75 million. So it would be helpful if all understand that MTC is not auxiliary to the will of Charlotte, and that we have a vote that matters because we tax non-Charlotte residents and we send the proceeds to CATS, not to City Council, to operate the service. And if you read the interlocal agreement, which was not in our 500-page agenda, so I have a copy if anybody needs it, there is an expectation throughout that the MTC will review programs for system performance. The interlocal agreement states that it's our responsibility to ensure an effective, efficient, responsible, and accountable integrated regional transit system. And I submit to you that we can't have accountability if we don't have the information. And it's not about passing blame, it's about actually getting to the root of each of the steps of failure, because it wasn't just Mr. Lewis. There was, for example, monies. I can't remember who pointed it out last time, but, millions of dollars that weren't spent on maintenance that wasn't done. Many people above Mr. Lewis should have seen that and had a red flag, and that never happened. Section 7B of the interlocal agreement provides, the MTC review and recommendation process shall provide opportunities for input from the parties to this agreement and the public. By April 30th, the MTC shall approve a recommended capital budget, capital program and operating program. In the event that the city council does not within 90 days approve that budget, then a process is triggered for further negotiation with a 6-person committee. The point is, Charlotte does not get to overrule the MTC. There is no provision in the interlocal agreement that the MTC has ability to direct a third-party transit investigation. No one could have foreseen that at the time this was drafted. Yet sadly, here we are. To claim that the MTC lacks this authority under the broad terms of this agreement is an unreasonably restrictive reading, inconsistent with a fair reading of its entirety. Indeed, our ability to do what we did at our last meeting and have it followed by the CEO of CATS is fairly contemplated by the totality of our oversight and our fiduciary responsibilities interwoven throughout. Last, I'm sorry, but it bears saying, trying to parse the interlocal agreement this way, the one time that the MTC has diverged from what the city of Charlotte wanted, is a surprising way to treat one's partners, and surprising given the upcoming budget discussion we have tonight, and more broadly, the upcoming discussions that will require everyone's partnership on a transit tax and a regional transit authority. I ask you, how can we vote in good conscience on the CATS budget tonight when we cannot even secure the process that we put in place for a third-party transit investigator to get to the bottom of so many critical system failures that even went above Mr. Lewis, which wasted hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars, if not millions, because we're still waiting on further information, and caused significant safety lapses. Now, regarding the Federal Transit Administration's off-cycle review. It's page 370 in my agenda packet. I don't know if Mr. Ford can pull it up. But this shows the FTA's last report was dated June 22nd. As someone already pointed out, a month and a day after the derailment. If you look at page 399, there's a report dealing with maintenance. It says, quote, one deficiency was found with the FTA requirements for maintenance. One deficiency. We have trains not being maintained and derailing. We have bridges not being inspected. The Rock is dangerously understaffed. So I'm not faulting the FTA. They were probably looking at other things, or maybe they weren't provided information, as Mayor Bales suggested. But what we need is for the CATS CEO to not delay further and executing on our directive to prepare an RFP for a third-party transit investigator with a scope of work consistent with our previous statements. You know, a Charlotte leader told me when this all first happened that we should not be about, that we should be about the business of instilling confidence in CATS in the minds of the public and not overreact because that would harm public confidence. I think that logic is backwards. The people will have confidence in CATS when it is earned, and it will be hard to earn it back. The MTC's unanimous vote for a third-party transit voted for an independent transit investigation because we know that it is only by a transparent and independent process that is followed by accountability that confidence can be rebuilt, not only to inspire confidence in the people of this community, but in our partners whose help we will need for the transit tax and the transit authority. I was approached by a leader who would be a part of our regional authority outside Mecklenburg County, but close to us. And that person underscored to me that they are watching what happens here and that they will not have confidence in the outcome of this process unless the investigation is independent. I respectfully submit to you all that our transit planning is in jeopardy if we do not respond appropriately.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. So that was a masterfully constructed legal argument. I give you a lot of credit for it. I think it's regrettable that your tone is so prosecutorial in this group. I think we are all part of a partnership that pursues common goals. I think we're all equally dismayed by what has come to light about CATS, and I don't see a basis for you raising questions, as you implicitly are, about Charlotte City Council's and Charlotte's ability to get to the bottom of these matters and address them to the satisfaction of the MTC. I would remind you, you were the chairman of the MTC last year when all this was going on. You had the authority to remove Mr. Lewis, and I don't recall that there was a vote to that effect. We're all in this together. We have the same responsibility for it. I was the one that made the comment that you quoted. The word request was used because you didn't have the authority to use the word instruct. That's why it was used that way. And you didn't have the budget either to impose on Charlotte this action. The manager has $500,000 of authority to pursue actions that have been authorized by the council, either through our budget process or a separate vote. He does not have the authority to write checks that haven't been cleared with us first. So to me, that was a circumvention of the authority of city council. He would have come to us and say, okay, this is what we have. And furthermore, the actual action itself was a request, and then there was this long list of comments that people had made, and frankly, processing that into an RFP is not an easy task, and it would take a lot of time and a great deal of expense. So what we're trying to do in cooperation with everybody in this room is just bring to light this stuff, deliver it to you, try to satisfy you that it has been researched properly, not spend a huge amount of money on an investigation that wouldn't be finished for months and months from now. And I don't think, furthermore, fault finding is really what we're about here. I think what we all agree on, and I appreciate what you said, we need to look ahead. The people who were most responsible for these conditions have left. And those are the heads that would have rolled if there had been a need to roll heads. But they're gone. And now you have a new group of people that have come on the scene, and everything you've heard about tonight is the effort that we're making to put this straight. And I would just appreciate the opportunity to be allowed to do that and not be exposed to, again, what I consider to be a prosecutorial criticism of the way we're going about it. I don't deny the accountability that we have to the MTC. I would like for us to work in a better spirit of cooperation. Thank you.
The next speaker that we have is Bill Thunberg. Mr. Thunberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, and I hate to step on the little cross-examination that just went on with Mr. Driggs and Ms. Altman, but Ms. Altman actually got to the root of the question that I was going to ask Mr. Baker, and I was going to ask Mr. Baker if the MTC had specifically request to know if the MTC had the authority to request an investigation of cats, and it appears that not. So would you explain that to me just a little bit, and I'll have a second question too, Mr. Baker.
Yes, and having reviewed the minutes from the last meeting and in conversations with Mr. Thomas, the question was, and as I understood it, a resolution was put forth. So whereas in normal situations when you're instructing your city manager to do things, you authorize the city manager or you direct the city manager to do something. With this resolution, it was a resolution to request a third party, and it was a unanimous request through a resolution, but the question is, who is that directed to, and who is under some sort of legal obligation to actually complete that? And that's the issue where, in its most simple terms, you can request that and you can resolve to request that, but ultimately the question is, who is going to do it? Where's the funding, and where's the legal encumbrance, if you will, to produce this document, to enter into a contract with a third party or what have you. That's the part where it's at the city, and if the city council, city manager wishes to take that resolution and go do a third party, they're certainly entitled to do that. But the question ultimately is, can you direct the city, can the MTC direct the city manager and the city council to conduct this third party review? And that's where I don't believe you've got the authority to do that.
All right, but let me follow up on that one real quick, and then I've got a third question. Can the MTC direct the CAT's CEO to do that third-party investigation?
I don't see the authority in the interlocal agreement that you can do that, no.
So my last question is why do you even need an MTC except for the fact that the jurisdictions are sending you money to run your transit system?
So there are a number of things in your interlocal agreement that speak to the cooperation and the fact that this body is here to review the policies, to put input into the policies that are going forward, and to review the budget of the MTC. When you're talking about the day-to-day operations, that falls, it is a city department, and that falls under the city leadership. Again, you can certainly, and I think that this body has raise serious concerns about, what's going on at CATS, and you can bring that to the council's attention, and I think that you have. But ultimately, if you've got the ability to make those directions, then it would be the MTC that is actually running the CATS operation, and that's not contemplated in this agreement in terms of unilaterally MTC running CATS.
So just to follow up is other than checking a few boxes, you don't really need the MTC, right?
That's not what I said at all.
Yeah.
I mean, what
It
I've said
sounded like
is in you're operating under an interlocal agreement. This is just this specific issue of directing the city to hire an outside entity. That's the only issue that I'm bringing up. Certainly the work that the MTC has done for years and years since this interlocal was put together in 1995 is very important and is not to be diminished by this particular issue.
So what if the taxpayers in Huntersville or Cornelius or Davidson or whatever, what if they really want to have a third-party investigation? Can one of those jurisdictions request some of their tax money back to be able to complete that investigation?
I haven't looked into that question, but the answer is going to be covered. If there were going to be any amendments to this document, that's covered in this document as well.
Okay.
May I be recognized? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Commissioner Altman?
Thank you. I respect all of my colleagues and all the branches of government with whom I interact. And I can tell you that everything that I say is based upon the fact that I raised my hand to represent all 1.1 million residents of this community. I represent 870,000 residents of the city of Charlotte, and I represent all the residents of all the towns and all the residents in the ETJ. So that's why I'm here, and that's why I ask the questions that I ask. Mr. Baker, if I were to make a motion, or if all of us were to agree that we wanted to add one additional sheltered bus edifice in each of the towns, would we have the authority to do that?
That's part of the budget process, and I'm really...
Wait. I think the answer is yes. I think that if we all wanted to add, a transit amenity, that is something that we could make a motion for. It would be added to the budget tonight, and then it would go to city council, and they would have to agree or not agree, and then there's a reconciliation process. And I'm pretty darn sure that there's nothing in the interlocal agreement that says we have authority to build another shelter edifice. The point is that it's within the scope of the work that we do. And I think it's a little bit of a straw man, if you want to get lawyerly about it, to say that we are trying to direct city council. I want to be very clear. I respect my city council colleagues. This was a directive to the CATS CEO, who I thought you said has a direct report to us. Did I hear that right?
He directly reports to the city manager, but you do have...
I thought I heard one of you say that he has a direct report to MTC. Does he?
The MTC, as I stated in the memo, does have the authority in terms of the oversight of the, in terms of the hiring and the potential dismissal. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I thought I heard one of you say that he's a direct report to us. So I just want to be really careful because I want my city council colleagues to know that I would never presume to direct them to do anything. This was a directive to the CATS CEO, who oversees a budget that the Mecklenburg County contributed $75 million to last year, in an organization where I have, according to the interlocal agreement, an obligation to ensure accountability. That is the authority. And again, your statement that MTC cannot unilaterally start running CATS, that also respectfully is a red herring. Nobody here wants to do day-to-day running of CATS. The goal was to get a truly independent person with transit experience to pull the information and report back to us so that we weren't only having to rely upon people who were a part of the original problem, which I think is pretty understandable given our duty to our residents. So thank you for letting me clarify that.
This has gone somewhere that I wasn't expecting, but I think I speak for the 11 members of the Charlotte City Council and the 900,000 residents inside of our own city limits, is that we have spent weeks and months working through this with great intention, that we have owned the responsibility in so many ways around this and shared that information with so many of you as we've gone through the MTC, as we've talked about how to address this. So sometimes I think that what we're doing is arguing over how to get something right or how we feel about who says what's right. And I wonder if that's really carrying us forward in this situation today. We can all say how many people represent and how many dollars we've put into this. We can talk about who has fiduciary responsibility or how you get the money or whether or not we're going to approve the budget. But when we start talking about what we're going to do, I try to think about that person that's at the transit center right now or walking up those stairs to that rail line right now that have to get to work. And so if we're going to play around with this idea of the budget and not have something that we're going to actually stop our bus system from working, I can't be a part of that. I just cannot be a part of that. So I know that we have opportunities to do things together, and we generally have. We really have worked. And I think in the last 2 years, I would say that we have worked together in a way that hasn't been accusatory, that has always put the first thing forward were the people that we're talking about. And so I just think we are getting to a place where we can talk about who's doing what report. We can have layers and layers of reports. And that might be something that we need to do. But today, if we're not going to approve this budget, if we're going to stop this transit system from working after what we've already had to layer on it, I will be very, very disappointed. And I will not be able to support that. So I don't know if this is worth a dialogue that's open and honest about what we can do and what we cannot do, or where we disagree, or where we should agree. So I don't know the next step, but I know that Commissioner Altman has said that we should not do the budget.
No, that's not what I said.
If we cannot do this in a way that we agree upon who does the budget and who authorizes. So you use the shelter inference, or the idea of a straw person as the shelter. Well, shelters are a commodity that we have inside the budget, and it's actually a part of the plan, which is a part of the responsibility that we have as an MTC, because we approve the routes, the plans, the amenities, and things like that. But when we're talking about, you know, the allocation of a report that we would decide to do, someone's going to have to fund that. And so we have to make some decisions, what do we want to do and what do we want to accomplish tonight? And that can be voted on, and maybe it works and maybe it doesn't. But I know this, that if we don't have a budget for our transit system, all of the good work that we've cultivated among each other will become another part of what I call our inability to deliver an action to this community that they desperately require for the people that live, at least in Charlotte. I know that. So I don't know what the next step is, or we have another agenda item. I don't know if we want to take a break and do something or not, but I'm just saying that as we go through the rest of our agenda, if there is an action that someone wants to put on the table as a voting member, of course, do that. But if this action diminishes our ability to continue to move forward, I will not be able to support it.
I absolutely did not say that I don't intend to vote on the budget tonight.
Well, I may have misunderstood it.
Yeah.
Excuse me if I did.
If I may.
Mayor Bales?
Thank you. I think what we have here are two organizations that really need to go back to basics. You are right in that we have worked very hard over the last few years to build relationships. When I read the interlocal agreement, and it talks about consistent with the guiding principles and other components of the 2025 Integrated Plan's governance recommendations, the parties have cooperatively developed this interlocal agreement to provide the relationships and mechanisms that will guide the planning, financing, and implementation of an effective, efficient, responsive, and accountable integrated regional transit system. I appreciate the working group. Now, you have heard me, I think each and every one of you have heard me for a year and a half say, there are two governing bodies, and we should have opportunities to work together. That we need to be able to listen to one another and bounce ideas off of one another. So when the idea of the working group was broached, let me find it here. My question I wrote down, because in the city manager's memo on 3/30, it says this review will build upon the management partner's review of CAT's culture, leadership, budget, maintenance, and governance. Should that working group include members of this body? If we really, truly want to work together, and trust me, I don't necessarily know that I'm volunteering for that. But what I am saying is that we cannot work in silos. We cannot. And if we all sit here representing a segment of Mecklenburg County, we need to be willing to roll up our sleeves and do the work and help CATS be the best organization that it can be. We've all sat here, we've listened to the reports, we know where the deficiencies lie. Or at least I feel like we know where the deficiencies lie. I hope there's no other surprises moving forward. Now is the time to create a working group between the two organizations. I firmly believe that. I do not think that if we do not do this, I believe the chasm is going to grow greater between the two organizations. And that is not what we want. That I'm done.
Okay.
Well, let me go back to the statement that you made, Vive, earlier about the interlocal agreement. It is what it is. It was written 26 years ago. It's probably out of date. But it's the legal document that provides, the legal status of each organization. I don't know how to get around that unless we sit around this table and redo that. Because we have authority for what we have authority. We can give each other play authority if we want to. But the document says it is what it is. And that's what we have to go on. I don't like aspects of it. I agree with what Melinda says about working together. But the document isn't necessarily conducive to that in the ways that maybe we would like it to be. But none of us in this room sat around and wrote it. 26 years ago. So, to me, that's the crux of the issue that is in the picture somehow. And I don't know how to solve that one. I mean, we can't make the city of Charlotte do anything, and I'm not sure they can make us do anything. I'm not sure it matters whether we vote on a budget or not here. Legally, can they go off and vote on a budget with their city council? I bet they can, and keep the trains moving. I'm just not sure. I'm not a lawyer, so I think that's what I don't know how to fix.
Well, that goes back to begging the question, why do we exist in the first place?
Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that. And I think Vi knows that I've asked that question.
The answer is that City of Charlotte could not go off and do it by themselves because the interlocal agreement requires our input and requires our vote.
I think I don't know, Mayor Edwards? Yeah. Did you want to have a comment?
No, I guess I feel the same way, there's really no sense of us voting because it really means nothing. We rubber stamp everything. I've been on here for 9 years, and there's never been a conflict of anything. My God, I mean, everything has just rolled right along.
Right.
Suddenly, we have a real crap show that's hit, and we're asking for an outside investigation of that because it certainly wasn't all John Lewis. There's a lot of people that were involved in what's gone on. You don't take this size of a company and an industry of transportation and expect other people not knowing what's going on and saying, oh, the wheels are falling off. And all I'm saying is that the way it's coming across is that really you're going to do what you want to do no matter what we say. That's the feeling I have. It makes no difference. We voted already 6-1, I think it was, to do this, and it meant nothing.
I think
So I guess that's my only comment. But there are other people involved in this, and I'm not the kind of person that wants to headhunt, and that is not the issue. The issue is safety. The issue is getting the answers of why things weren't done, of why we went 2 years without inspections. I mean, come on. Someone had to see this. Procurement, if it takes you 60 days to order tires, you got a problem. I ran a corporation in 5 plants in 4 countries that people had the responsibility of ordering what they needed to get their job done. And to take 60 days to buy tires, you made a comment about that. That's unacceptable. That's a commodity. That's a wear item. I'm sorry.
Jack, Jack and I have had this conversation about how government works, and I think I'm gonna try this, and I agree with Mayor Bales that we have to work together. We're working on this through the advanced planning with the COG. We're working on it through this. I think one of the things that I think, Jack, you said it well. Are we doing a headhunt? Are we trying to get people identified in the number? Maybe the real question is, what is the study supposed to do? What is this review supposed to be? Because I think that one of the things that I hear, and I think it does sound like, well, who shot John? Because we have to identify that person, the gun, we got to go test it out. Or are we trying to make sure that there are no guns available for other people to be shot? And that's what I'm not sure of. I'm not sure if anyone in this, we talked about an independent, and I'll try to, where is it? I have so much paper up here. The motion is here somewhere, that the minutes, it's a part of it. It was an operational investigation to establish facts related to the train derailment and the failure to inspect bridges, the failure to order buses in a timely manner, and any other recent related to bus and rail operations, safety, security, and asset maintenance. So I guess this is what I'm hearing, is that we have had NCRR and NCDOT, SSO come in and talk about safety and security. We have been very upfront sending out information on operations. You've been getting the minutia of it that we can't even figure out what level of Is it every time a bus has a wreck? Or is it every time the train slows down or goes 36 miles instead of 30? We've been making these critical decisions inside our organization with an eye towards transparency and openness. And this is where I think one of the questions that I have is that if we are doing this report, and this report is coming back, and it's about bus and rail operations, safety, security, and asset maintenance, the manager has applied resources to every part of this. So maybe we're doing this immature, or too soon, because we haven't gotten the feedback. In my thinking of how we work in Charlotte, and it doesn't mean everybody works that way, but I depend on my city manager to come back and give me a plan and report before I start saying that this is what I have to have in addition, because I don't have the knowledge and all of the asset information that we need. But right now, I don't think that we're saying that we will not do a third-party investigation. I think we're disagreeing on the level of that investigation, and I really do think there's a little bit of who shot John in it. And I'm not so sure that we can do anything about that when we're talking about people that have left the organization, and maybe that's part of it, that I'm not getting it. I'm just not getting how far we go beyond the things that are in the request. Operations, safety, security, and asset maintenance, and still running the bus system. So maybe the real question is, there ought to be a conversation about what are we really trying to investigate? Are we trying to investigate to punish, or are we trying to investigate to improve? And I'm not sure which one it is.
Mayor?
Mr. Driggs?
If I may
and
just
Mr.
comment, my thought always was that we would work together. But I can tell you, I found out through the media that that resolution had passed, and frankly, I was a little startled. I would have thought there might have been conversations. No one called me. And it felt to me like in the spirit that we're trying to discuss now, there would have been some consultation, and we all would have said, man, we have a problem. What are we going to do about it? And instead, this directive comes down, and it got us off on the wrong foot, I think. I mean, I'm very open to any suggestion that people have as to how we work together, how you participate. We made a council decision among our membership as to people that would work on this. Wasn't intended to exclude any input from the MTC. I've known everybody here for some time. And I just think it's unfortunate that we now find ourselves arguing about what the power is and who has the right to, make somebody do something. We've managed to avoid being in that position so far, and I would just hope that we can now. Anybody here has ideas on how this should work? The issue of the specific RFP was something that we all should have been able to participate in the discussion. Council was not there. It was our budget. We weren't even allowed to join you in thinking about that before that vote was taken. So, my reaction was, it's a request, but, there are things going through my mind about when we should do that or whether it's necessary to spend all that money given the other steps that are being taken, the NCDOT, the FTA. And certainly if we reach the conclusion together that we would not reach a good outcome without doing that, then I think we could all together say, let's do that. So we need to just climb down, I think, from this condition of examining the agreement and deciding who has the power to make whom do what. Charlotte is not telling you guys no. We just didn't take action immediately because we weren't allowed to participate in the decision, and we had a slightly different view about what the appropriate timing would be for that. I think we all know that there are bigger questions concerning our relationship, concerning the progress of the mobility plan and everybody's role in that. There's stuff we need to be working on. It is really not helpful, I don't think, to any of us to find ourselves in this position where we feel like adversaries. I don't want an argument with anybody here. I would like to know what you think is right, and we will, we'll work with you. Like anybody who wants to come to our meetings or participate and be a member of the working group, it's not a voting group, right? It's just a working group. But I can tell you, we're going to spend a lot of hours, and we are going to go down into the weeds, and that was the commitment that we made on the working group. The staff that knows about these things works for the city of Charlotte. And that's where the building in which a lot of this resides is our building. It just seemed natural to me that we would spearhead the effort. But the suggestion that we don't care as much as everybody else in this room about safety is hurtful to me. And the suggestion that we are trying to exclude you or inviting a power struggle doesn't make any sense. So I don't know how you want to dispose on the issue. We could have a conversation about the investigation, what it should be, when it should happen, how it should get paid for, how useful it will be. But my thought was we will have more information that we can show you that will steer us towards an understanding. Do we see enough? Have we done enough without spending that money? And what exactly, as the mayor points out, would that accomplish? So I just hope that, I hate this, frankly, that we're sitting here like this. We are all members of the same community, and we are all partners in one very grand enterprise, and we can't afford to let something like this divide us. Thank you.
So I'm going to suggest this. I don't know who on the MTC is willing to serve, to work with Ed on becoming and making and integrating the MTC in this group. I think it's a question of, who would be willing to actually spend some time having a conversation to say, this is who I have the time, I'm interested in doing it, I want to do it, and just if someone is willing to volunteer to do that, or someone is willing to help structure and then create the person to volunteer. Maybe that's the better way, because tonight it's a little bit difficult to say this is what we would do. I hope that we would not leave it unsaid and undone tonight. So is anyone of the voting members willing to agree to meet with Ed to think about how to scope this out in a way that includes participation by the MTC as well as an understanding of the sequencing of the work to be done? Is anyone willing to do that?
I would love to, but I don't have the time. I mean, I
That's
just
the
don't.
problem. But my point is, we intend to perform a service here. We are going to put in those hours, and we are available to anybody at any time, but I would have thought most people would be grateful not to have to come. We've spent 3 hours so far in 2 meetings with Mr. Cagle already, and we have a work plan that contemplates meeting with him weekly, and we will be with stacks of paper, looking through documents, and so on. So you just have to trust us a little bit.
Okay, let's do this, if this is amenable to the group. John is co-chair, and he was on the search committee, so obviously you're not doing anything for 6 months. So would you be willing, to meet with Ed, work on a structured document, and then check in with people that would be willing to participate? Could you do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you very much, John. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate you volunteering, John.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I think I was voluntold.
See how you did that?
So I hope that,
We'll make you the chair, John.
I have 5 brothers, and every now and again, I would chase one of them around the house with some kind of weapon that I was hoping to cut them off at the knees, but eventually I stopped. So we're not cutting anybody off at the knees. We're going to continue to chase each other around the house until we have a solution on how to make this work better. So thank you for doing that.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to make a comment to our previous discussion, and it reminds me of when I was a younger man with not so much money. I might have driven a vehicle till my tires were totally slick, and I'm like, well, I can go another couple weeks. Maybe they won't. Maybe I won't have a catastrophic accident. So, it's kind of like playing Russian roulette a bit. So, in this case, I mean, I put a written comment in. I said it's simply a case where we didn't do maintenance as prescribed and we paid for it. So I think that what we need to do is to make sure that this is not systemic within the organization and that we're doing this in other areas. That, for me, that's what I think we need to do. It's kind of like where there's smoke, there's fire kind of thing. I think, are there other issues within the organization that we need to look at? We got caught on this one. Are there other areas? That's why I asked the question earlier about, are there other maintenance other maintenance issues that are slipping and not being done as prescribed. So I just wanted to make that comment. I think it goes beyond this one simple incident. We need to make sure that there's not any other issues that would cause something further.
Thank you.
So we're still looking. I think this is what Brent told me. He said, I can tell you that there will be. Okay? We just hope it's not catastrophic, and we hope that it's still just to the level of, somebody hit the bus or someone, whatever, but we will continue. We don't have a chart that says this stands to be communicated quickly and how quickly. We don't have that. So you've been getting a lot of stuff. I do worry that the more that we continue to do this, the less time that he has to spend on the big stuff, like we can figure out how many tires or whatever in the procurement. But to me, the number one thing is to get with Siemens, to get the plan ready, and to be able to come back with that plan. And I think that if we could give some grace on some of this immediate communication, but maybe a weekly or biweekly communication, then that gives Brent and the staff some time to stop and actually think. I mean, sitting in my office is not where the work gets done. And too many nights and days we've sat just talking about how do we do better. I would say that it would be helpful if you were okay with communications coming perhaps every other week. But if it's an emergency or something that involves safety, that's really going to be a harm, it will be an immediate email or text to you. Does that seem fair, Brent?
So I would say with the work group, and it sounds like Mayor Higdon and Councilmember Driggs will have lots of discussions. So let me back up and sort of give my take on the work group, but also the suggestions so far. I am 100% in support of the suggestions, and I view it almost as three buckets. Mr. Driggs, whether we call it a scorecard, a dashboard, whatever, sometimes I think dashboard probably gets used in a lot of situations. So what I think there is in my mind there's a progress report on the things that we already know, the truck overhauls, the bridge inspections. It's a progress report. How are we resolving those issues? Some of those issues, progress report will really monthly, right? There's monthly changes. Sometimes there won't even be that, but we can do that, and we will commit to providing a progress report on these things. And that progress report, unfortunately, hopefully, will get shorter. Unfortunately, it may get longer if we come to find things. So that, I think, is number one. Number two, I agree with Mr. Bakari. So in the public sector, Mr. Bakari and I think, are of the same mind. We just speak slightly different languages because I come from the public sector and he comes from the private. So what Mr. Bakari is... But the good news is we have a translator, right? We can still talk the same language, even though we might talk about it a little differently. In the public sector realm, we would call it an enterprise risk management process. In his world, he would call it a corporate security risk assessment or something like that. And they're basically both very, very similar, if not the same. And the goal of the process is to evaluate all of your risk, whether it be technology, whether it be assets, whether it be procurement processes, staffing, is to do a top to bottom evaluation of risk, identifying those risks, evaluating the probability, likelihood of those risks, and then developing mitigation plans for those risks, right? It also goes along with continuity of operations planning or COOP planning. I think it's a very good idea. I am 100% on board on it, and I think we need to start that very soon. So that we can, one, complete the evaluation, two, report out what that evaluation has identified, and then three, develop the mitigation plan. And I think that that is a very, very reasonable and rational way to do it. I think that high-performing organizations do that, and including the city of Charlotte, but CATS, we can and should do that. And then I think there's a last piece that maybe is important to me, but I think should be important to all of us. I think it is important to all of us, is what I would call a dashboard. And a dashboard, I think, should be available for CAT staff, for the MTC, for the public, and it should provide meaningful data on what we do. What are our metrics? What are our missed trips? What are our, another example would be safety and security incidents, those kinds of things. And it should be available for everyone to see. It should be user-friendly, right? Sometimes, I'll be honest, I see some of the information we put out, CATS puts out, and I don't know if it is really very helpful. I mean, it is completely accurate, but it doesn't actually do a lot, right? It's not in context. And so I think all three of those are important. And I think that CATS, we have already started to have discussions about how we can do that. I will also say, I've asked Catherine Kummer, Catherine, give it a wave. Catherine is, she's our sustainability manager, but I will say she has a very detail and process-oriented way of thinking. So I've asked her to help with this, right? And so I think all three of those are very, very important. And beyond a work group and MTC, I am committed to it. CATS is committed to it. And I think it will make us, it will give this body and the public better visibility of where our strengths and weaknesses are, better visibility of how we can correct and how we can move forward, and talk about the things that we are doing. Because we do, every day, we do great things. Our employees do great things. And I think sometimes we have to do a better job of talking about that, what we're doing well, but also acknowledging where we can improve and having a plan for that.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask and be certain that the voting members of this body have agreed to have John work with Councilmember Driggs, Mayor Higdon work with Councilmember Driggs to come back to the MTC with a plan that engages both organizations towards how do we address the issues of safety, security, and those things that were included in the request for the review. Those items included from the request for review. So is that an agreement? I guess raising hands might be a good way to figure
It's
this
fine if you don't agree with that.
Okay, is that, do you have agreement with that? Sure. Okay. Rusty, are you? Okay, all right, so you have a couple of weeks to do it.
Yeah,
But I think seriously, when you think about the words that the work we've already done, I think it's achievable. So we'll see you at the next meeting, and so I guess.
I want to add one quick perspective here. I don't think it's really been said from our vantage point, but, our citizens look at us as being board members. You can argue about authority, lack thereof all day long, but that's how they look at us. But the authority of an organization, on the board of an organization that they read in the paper is on fire. The house is on fire. Now, I don't think we're nearly as on fire as we used to be, but people's perception are out there.
Agree.
So we feel pretty accountable as to how this all works out and what happens at the end of the day to right the ship. So I guess we're all in different places with that, but I just think that's important to get that perspective, because that's how our citizens, my 35,000 and Linda's 70 and all that, come together.
I agree, and
around
I
this.
want to say that, it isn't about the numbers of the people in any community. It's about the people that need the service that we ought to be able to give them in a way that's safe and reliable. It's always been what we talked about. So, Mayor Bales?
I would be remiss if I did not have some conversation with Councilman Driggs to clarify and make sure that you understand and that City Council understands. I do not believe that any member of this MTC is looking to do a, what was the word you used? Headhunt? Headhunt? No, I have had conversations with each and every member of the MTC, and our number one concern is safety. And I believe this plan that we have kind of formulated here this evening will help address not only safety, but will also help address any concerns within the community at large around whether or not riding cats rail is safe. So I believe being this open, transparent, and while this has probably been painful for a lot of us this evening, I do think that it level sets us and it helps us understand that we all want the same things. We truly do. And I don't feel that the motion that was made at the last meeting was a demand. I think it was a request. I think we all had that conversation, that we don't have the authority over the budget. Let's put the request in. I want to acknowledge that, right? That we are in it together, and we will right the ship together.
So if I can just say, my daughter, who lives in New York, has a saying, which is, there's no place in New York that's safer to eat than a restaurant that is reopened after it's been closed by the health authorities. And I think that's where we're headed, all right? John, I look forward to working with you.
Okay, so I think we finished with that portion of the agenda. Now, I do want you to know that we still have a number of things that we want to do. So let's take a 5-minute break, but when we come back, Brent's going to go through the informational items. We are trying to give you the discussion time. I mean, really working hard on it. But we do have some action items. We can do the action items when we come back from the break. One action item, and it's the budget. So we have to do that and, or make a decision about it. And then we'll have the informational items, and then Brent has a bunch of stuff to tell us today, okay? All right, thank you. It's a shorter list now? All right, okay. So I have it as 8:07, so about 8:12.
Already gone.
8:12, okay?
Missed that on your
Don't worry, we're still going to get to getting you back home. We're gonna, hey, you know what I think you should do? You should ask Mayor. maybe is there a basketball game tonight that starts at midnight? I think the Golden State Warriors, huh? Yes, please. I think Golden State plays tonight. I try to watch that until I can fall asleep. That never make it through the games.
Not happening here.
Pretty amazing.
Herding cats, let's go.
All right, let's go. The next item on our agenda is we're going to go to the action items, which are okay. Chad, I'm sorry, Mr. Helm, welcome and congratulations, I think, on being the new CFO. You heard a lot about PSRs and PPPs and all of these other things. You're probably like thinking, why did I do this? I could have just stayed where the procurement process worked.
Well, thank you, Mayor Lyles.
You're gonna make this one work, too.
And I will say, much as Mr. Cagle has said, I am a student of the process, so I welcome hearing everything, and we will obviously be looking at that, and we have been. And I think with the additional assets that the city manager has provided to CATS, we will make great progress in the coming months, and I think you'll see that. Kind of as a preamble, as Mr. Ford is bringing up the presentation, I think what you'll see, well, in fact, I know as we go through this, you will see many of the things, if not all the things that the MTC has spoke about tonight addressed within this budget as the beginnings of moving forward. I've presented this budget several times. There has not been major changes to it as we've moved through. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that starting in December, we re-engaged on our budget, right? One of the first meetings that I attended, the department heads within CATS said, hey, we'd like to revisit the budget. We know we've done this process. We'd like to revisit, but we really want to look at it again. And so we took a pause, and we went back and we met with everybody again starting in December. And so I think what that did was it kind of reset where we were, and we have not made substantial changes other than as some things have come up that we've talked about, we have added those in, but I think we started pretty early on with a good focus. As that is next slide, please. As we'll get to in just a second with the CFO focus areas. This slide we included in this presentation. This is a multi-group presentation, and what I would say here is tonight. Is that the CTAG and both CTAG and TSAC have reviewed the budget, and CTAG is recommending this budget for the MTC to consider tonight, which would then be sent as part of the city's. We will be presenting this to the city as part of the city's overall budget for consideration. Next, please. As I was saying earlier, got a little bit ahead of myself. From the very beginning, the areas of safety, security, value employees, and maintenance and asset preservation have been front and center in this budget. And you'll see tonight as we walk through both the operating and the capital side, you will see that proven out. I'll start briefly with the revenues, and I will say. We are still looking at the revenues. We feel like that the economy is continuing to move along very well. And so we're hopeful that by the time this budget is fully adopted by council, we may have some good news here as far as the tax, the sales tax. We're showing $151 million here. We're hopeful that and a few of the other revenues will continue to pick up, and that money then would be available for CATS to also use as part of our operating budget. Before tonight, we're projecting a sales tax of $151 million, which is about 60% of our overall operating budget. We have about $42 million or 18% in state and federal grants. Maintenance of way that comes in from the city is about 30 million or 12%. And the final piece here are our passenger fares, which is about 17 million. And we are recommending no changes whatsoever to our fares for FY24. Next, please. And so there are a few of these slides that are busy, so I will apologize for that, but let me kind of walk you through this a little bit. The question had come up in one of the committees that we were presenting, you know, look at your budget to actual. And so what we went back and looked at for 2021, 22, and 23, which we're in right now, 23 is a projection, is what did we budget and, you know, where did we actually end up spending? And then we looked at 24 to make sure we were kind of in line with those actual spend numbers more than necessarily we were when we prepared a budget, which can be prepared many, many months, as everyone here is aware, many, many months in advance. And so what we've got here for the final column on the far right is our preliminary FY24 budget that we're seeking recommendation on. We have got 45% of it, or approximately 113 million, goes to personal services. 107 million, or about 43%, comprises all of our operations. And for example, of some things that are within that operation is there's $34 million in here for all types of maintenance, right? And so that's bus, that's rail, and that's facilities, primarily things we've touched on tonight. And so those are housed within the operating budget because we're maintaining those items. There's also a piece, and we'll touch on this later, particularly with rail, that is in the capital side. Some of the maintenance is on the capital side as well. So I'll come back to that when we get there. But $34 million in maintenance is on the operating side here. Next, please. These are enhancements. Enhancements are what the city calls. Basically, this is things the city, something you're doing different or more than you did the year before. And again, if you're seeing kind of the common theme here, right? Safety and security, valuing employees, maintenance and asset preservation. So the big thing here with safety and security is we are expanding our security contract. We're going from 1 contractor to 2. We are increasing the number of unarmed security personnel that you will see both on the platforms and on the stations. And that is a direct result of what we've heard from both our operators, staff, and from the traveling public. We're also looking at funding employee training and expand the Transit Ambassador Program. So the Transit Ambassador Program, for those that may not be aware, and I think I'll get this mostly right if not, pretty close, is where we have folks that come on, that are on board. I think they're on the buses right now that will help people guide to the next station, ask questions. That way they don't have to necessarily stop the operator from driving the bus to answer a question. There's someone there that can help them, and we're looking at expanding that. With valuing employees, we are standing up what we call the eServe Academy. That is following in line with both aviation and Charlotte Water that have apprenticeships, dedicated apprenticeship staff and programs in place. The purpose of the eServe Academy will be to help us fill hard-to-fill positions that are in keeping with some of where we're going. For example, mechanics that can work on the BEBs that we're slowly beginning to replace our fleet with, and things like that are a little bit different. We're also looking to right-size the workforce where we can, in other words, to make sure that things can move through quickly. With maintenance and asset preservation, I touched on earlier that there was $34 million total on our operating budget for that. That's $12 million more on the operating side than we had last year. And so that $34 million, it also includes an increase, new money, additional money of $12 million above FY23. Next, please. Debt service budget. We have $18.1 million in debt to debt service to pay. So this is our house payment, right? So this is our mortgage on loans or on debt that we've already issued. We have no new debt issued for 2024. But as we get into a deeper examination of our capital program in particular, I think we'll need to look at the possibility of issuing some additional debt along the lines that we can to help us fund our capital program. And that would be, there's some things that we can do with that. For example, bus purchases, fleet, non-revenue fleet purchases, potentially some of the work that can go on at some of the maintenance and work that needs to go on at the facilities that we can fund with some debt issuance that would then free up some other funds that we could use for some other initiatives. We'll touch on that in the next few slides a little bit more. Next, please. So start with the source of funds for our capital program. We are utilizing $37 million in reserve funds this 1 year. I think it was very astutely asked by a member of the MTC last time. Was that $37 million going to bring CATS below its required $130 million of reserves? It will not. This is money that is above and beyond the $100 million that's required kind of as our operating reserve, and then the $30 million that's required as another capital type of reserve. So this is in advance of that. But again, this is a one-time thing that we're looking at right now, but we'll reevaluate that next year. Next, please. On the expenditure side, a couple of things here to note. We are planning to purchase 17 buses of various types in the next fiscal year. That's up from 17, and 19 STS buses, which is up from 13. We also have a number of transit planning initiatives in here, ADA improvements, security improvements to our platforms and facilities as well. And as I touched on earlier, within the solid lines, and so I'll explain this again, a little bit busy, but I'll come back to that. Within the $78 million in FY24 is also an additional $13.5 million to start midlife overhaul on our LRVs. And so we've talked a lot about maintenance tonight, and I'm certainly not an expert on this, but we have folks that are, and they've done a pretty good job, I think, of trying to educate me on what some of these terms mean. So when we talk about preventive maintenance, that would be more like what you would do to your car. I don't want to oversimplify that. But with midlife maintenance, that's literally the entire car from its roof all the way down to the trucks that it's on. They're looking at everything within the vehicle. And so that is on the capital side. That will be over a number of years, and we've received funds, CARES funds, to help us with that. But the first part of that, we will be spending $13.5 million in FY24 for that, which brings a total operation and capital CIP maintenance number to $47.4 million that we hope to cash flow, in other words, actually write checks for and move out the door in FY24. Just briefly here, the difference between the hazy columns and the solid columns. The question had been posed to CAT staff about how much the CIP may have changed, and so the CIP is adopted by City Council in blocks of 5 years. And so if you look here, the hazy columns are the original FY23 through 27, and then the solid columns are 24 through 28, and you can see there has been some shifts. I would expect that this group would see as we come back next year and present what would be then 25 through 29. I would expect that it's kind of a U shape there with the capital program. I would expect those numbers to be closer to the 78 million that are kind of on the ends. But that's something we're going to engage heavily on with staff starting in August of this year to make sure that we are fully capturing our capital needs in each of the ongoing 5-year programs. Next, please. So I stand ready for questions. Oh, just real quick before I do that. At your table, you will have one of these, which is just our Marcom folks came up with or helped us develop a kind of a 2-page document. One side is is CATS as a summary, and the other side is a very high-level budget. Then the other document, and I will take the responsibility for not getting this to you earlier. The CATS finance team and I were working on this as of lunch today. This is a more detailed look, what I would call a strategic operating plan level. We normally send that out to everyone, so we did want to provide that to everyone tonight. But the numbers in here will roll up to what was presented in the budget, in the presentation tonight.
All right, Mayor Knox has a question.
Yes, sir.
Chad, congratulations on your new position. I hope this immersion hadn't made you change your mind.
Not at all, sir. Thank you.
Two quick questions. Replacement buses, I know we've discussed at length in meetings past about moving to the e-buses in lieu of CNG or other forms of buses. What portion of these are electric buses versus CNG or other forms of propulsion?
Yeah, so the current year, so just to clarify, current year, so this fiscal year, we ordered 17 buses, 27 buses, I apologize. 27 buses, 12 of which are hybrids, 15 of which are battery electric. So roughly 50-50, not exactly, but close. Next year, so in the next fiscal year, which starts in July, we do believe there will be a mix, again, of hybrids and electrics, but we can't say for sure exactly where that mix lies because we are currently working with a different consulting firm to give us a detailed evaluation of all of the infrastructure needed to support the growing battery electric fleet. So again, a lot of folks understand that if they have an electric vehicle, they take it home at night and plug it into their garage and charge it up. For us, it's a little different as we have 18 currently plus 15 plus more. Each vehicle takes approximately between 3 and 6 hours to charge overnight. Buses usually have about 3 to 5 hours of downtime every day. So we have to figure that out. And that means we're going to need to really think about what facilities we need, what kind of charging facilities we need. And so what we don't want to do is buy buses that we don't have the capacity to charge, to actually use. So that was my long way of saying there will be some electric buses purchased next year. We don't know exactly what the mix is because we can't get ahead of our skis, so to speak, and buy more electrics than we actually have the capacity to charge. But clearly, and this is the situation we're in, we have to keep buying buses. Our fleet needs to be replaced, and we cannot afford to defer replacements any longer because our primary mission is providing service. And to provide that service, we have to have a reliable fleet. And so that's sort of the situation we're in. As we start to understand the facilities needs, we will absolutely report to the MTC and City Council and others what that purchase will look like moving forward.
Okay. And Chad, the last one, the additional, I don't know if it's $12 or $13 million of midlife maintenance funding, is that because we didn't spend money to do midlife maintenance prior to this? And we need additional funds that we haven't already spent, that should have been spent? Or is it just something that we've targeted that we're trying to get ahead of the curve? I'm trying to grasp, since supposedly we had money in the budget that we didn't spend on deferred maintenance. The reasoning behind needing more money to spend on deferred maintenance, how's that?
So I would say on the operating side, again, I think that's where we're putting in additional money to make sure that we stay on top of your more traditional, normal type of maintenance functions. The midlife overhaul program could cost the total for all the vehicles that it covers, which I think is half the fleet. is estimated to be somewhere in the proximity of $50 million, and we've gotten federal funding for that. Now, we have spent a little bit of money for that up through, say, today, getting ready, but the bulk of that money is yet to be spent. And so within this 5-year period that runs out through 2028, we will start that process. It may take a little bit longer than that. That's a pretty extensive process, and right now we're having to ship these vehicles, literally the entire vehicle, to California. So it may take time, but it's on the capital side, those funds are not additional. It's just we're now getting ready to actually start spending the money, doing the work.
Got a question?
All right, Mayor Higdon.
I think I missed my midlife overhaul, but never get there. I've got a question for Mr. Cagle. What is the price delta between a hybrid bus and an electric bus, approximately?
So a hybrid bus is somewhere in the 900,000 to 1 million range. Price delta on a hybrid to BEB. 900,000 to 1.2 million.
Thank you. I get, for some reason, asked that question a lot, and I didn't know the answer.
So the batteries come way down. They were 200,000 plus.
Correct. The other thing I'll say about BEBs and the mix of vehicles we ultimately need, a traditional vehicle gets about 300 miles range daily and is very easy to fuel up. Takes about 15 minutes overnight. Somebody fuels it up. Current BEBs that we have get about 150 miles range, take about 6 hours, 3 to 6 hours depending on depletion of the battery. So we have to rethink how we operate. Now the good news is 70% of our routes are 150 miles or less. So that does mean 30% are longer, but we're working through that. And the even better news is we expect battery technology to increase range as it further develops. So we do feel confident that we can do this, right? It is possible to serve the regional needs bus service with battery electrics, but we really have to rethink how we operate, because something that we all sort of take for granted the infrastructure of, the gas pump, is now very, very different, and we have to relearn and rethink how we operate in that environment. And we're doing that. We're committed to that.
My colleagues tell me I may have been using 900 for a hybrid, 1.2 for a battery electric.
Yeah, that was the question.
$300,000.
You nailed it.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Altman?
Thank you. Yeah, so it's a $300,000 difference between the two, is what I think I heard. Thank you. So I have a question. I've heard you brief City Council and say that, money is not our problem, that we had money for this work and it just wasn't spent. And so I have a question from a resident that says, if the maintenance money was available, why did the city have to use $24 million in COVID funds? So I guess I'm sort of asking that in relation to the budget. Like, were COVID funds used for repairs? And if so, where's that unspent repair money?
Well, even 2 years ago when CATS brought to the city the midlife overhaul, and then it hasn't been spent yet, that was identified at the time of COVID relief funds. So the CATS received roughly 250 million, Chad? Correct me on CARES money? COVID money, whether it's ARPA, CARES, whatever. COVID money, of which roughly half is spent, and the other half will be spent. But even at the time, back when CATS talked about it as part of the budget process, it was always anticipated to be CARES money or COVID money. And so I guess what I would say is I'm not sure. I mean, it has allowed us to do some of this maintenance for sure, or will allow us to do some of this maintenance, and it's allowed us to do other things, whether it's ongoing operations and maintenance and capital maintenance as well, or bus replacements and those kinds of things.
So with the CATS budget, if you have a line item for maintenance and you don't use it all, does it go back to fund balance or the general fund, or is it rolled over into that same category the next fiscal year?
So it does not go back to general fund. Let me start there. We are an enterprise fund. So either we spend less than we think, or revenues come in stronger than we thought. It always goes back to our fund balance for future use. It is reserved for CATS. It does not go back to the general fund. And quite frankly, both happen. We try to be conservative in our revenue estimates because you don't want to estimate a certain amount and then not have that happen. So we frequently, if not always, actual revenues received are in excess of what we estimated in the budget. That money goes straight into the capital account for use on things like the truck overhauls, bus replacements, but it does not go back, it does not go to the general fund. It's not actually, it never went to the general fund, and it never will, never does go to the general fund.
Thank you.
So, tell me how debt plays into the scenario of this budget. I'm assuming that CATS creates debt for the city of Charlotte. Is that a true statement? I'm a banker, so I'm trying to figure out who I'd make a loan to.
Yes and no.
Okay.
So we are a credit of the city, so the city is the issuing entity, but because we are an enterprise fund, our debt is not backed by general fund tax revenues.
Okay.
Right? So it's backed by our revenues. But we are a credit of the city, but it is a separate credit from the GO bonds or the general obligation bonds, which are general fund backed. It's similar to aviation. They're a credit of the city, but they're under their own credit. So we have our own credit rating. So when we issue debt, we work with city finance. The city of Charlotte issues on our behalf, but it is a separate credit. And I will say right now, we have some debt outstanding, and that's reflective of the debt payments we're making. One thing that Chad mentioned, we don't currently have any future issuances planned. That will change. As Chad gets through this budget and we start looking at our 5 and 10-year outlook, he will be working with the city finance group to really think about how we can balance cash spend and debt issuance.
So what CATS borrows will count against the city's debt levels and debt constraints and things of that nature based on statute?
No, it counts against CATS, but not against the general fund credit.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
If I may,
Mayor
Chad,
Bailey?
Yes, ma'am.
how much in debt is CATS currently carrying?
I'd have to look at the exact total number. I'm not sure. This is just our debt payment for the year.
I understand that.
So
That's why
yeah,
I'm
I'd have to
asking the
I'd have to pull those numbers. I can do
If you
that.
wouldn't mind, at some point, I'm just curious as to how much we're currently carrying.
Can do that.
Thank you.
Is, Mr. Herms?
Yes, so I have a couple of questions. So first of which is so looking at obviously the procurement of more buses, I do very much agree. One of the very important things that CATS needs to do is be able to net more buses, and that's very important because again, aging fleet, we've heard much about that. So I want to know is what is the cost comparison as far as buying a battery electric buses versus a hybrid bus versus a diesel bus, and as well as within a relatively comfortable number, within a comfortable budget, how many buses which each of those 3 options net. And then my second question is kind of different, is going back into the operating expenses, looking at, you mentioned the apprenticeship program and be able to hire for basically hard to hire positions. What are some of those positions, and then I would presume that might also have something to do with the ROCC or ROC operations, and how does that fit into that? So I know those are 2 very separate questions.
And so in relation to we can get you the information because I would have to look at the specifics on the positions. I do know some of them deal more with, as we would transition from a diesel type maintenance to maintaining hybrids and BEVs. It's part of the training that folks in those grades would need, or train someone new to be able to come in and do that type of new specialized work. So that's a piece of it. But I'd have to look back and see there are a couple other categories, I believe. As far as the buses go, I think what we've heard is roughly a BEB is 1.2 million. A hybrid is about 900. And I'm thinking a diesel is 600 now. That's right. Yes, it's 600 now. So, I mean, the amount per. I do math for a living, but I try not to do it standing up at a podium in my head. But so roughly, it's 600 per 600 thousand a hybrid, 900,000 per. 600,000 per diesel, 900,000 per hybrid, and 1.2 per. BEB. So you're getting, you could get 2 diesels for one BEB, but the city is making we're making the effort that we will be, procuring hybrids and BEBs and adjusting our fleet that way.
And Mr. Herms and members of the MTC, we'd be happy to come back with, and ask Catherine to come back in the future or talk to you individually about. So when you think about BEBs, it becomes not the actual upfront cost, it becomes the total cost of ownership. And so upfront, they're more expensive. Over the long period, that's where things start to balance. And again, Catherine, this is what she does, quite literally. And so we'd be happy to set up some time if you'd like to speak to her or get some more information specific to it.
Thank you. And then do you want me to repeat the second question? Because I know we just addressed the first one.
Yes, sir, please.
Yes. So my second question is kind of going back into kind of operating expenses. You talked about the apprenticeship program and looking for kind of hard to hire positions. So could you repeat kind of what are some of those positions that consists of? And I'm going to presume that the ROCC or Rail Operating Control Operations or the ROG operations will be part of that, and how does that kind of fit in as far as from an operational standpoint, how that program would work in regards to ROC operations?
Okay. So let me field that one, Chad. So Dr. Tina Hall is our training manager for rail. Rail is a very specialized area, all areas. There is the maintenance of way group, which basically takes care of the tracks and all of the equipment around it. There is the rail operators, and there is the ROC or ROCC, some others too, rail car maintenance. Yes, we are looking at apprenticeships. We are looking at other recruitment methods, like, to be quite honest, trying to steal qualified people from other rail providers in other cities. But apprenticeships, we do believe will be a very good way for us to increase recruitment, as well as battery electric bus technicians, right? A mechanic. It's not a mechanic anymore, but it is a technician who is trained specifically in battery electric buses. We think that there are opportunities for apprenticeships in all of those areas, and we will be exploring those with the state of North Carolina. Because when I talk about apprentice, I do mean a state-certified apprenticeship program through the state of North Carolina.
I will also just say that I am not at all against poaching or stealing from other municipalities that have such talent. Charlotte is a great place to live, so yeah, definitely support that. Yeah.
Any other questions on the budget? On both the operating debt service, now, did you do the capital investment as well?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So this requires an action to recommend. I want to make sure that I say
May
it
I
correctly.
ask one more question before?
Oh, yes, please. I'm sorry, I did not realize. Mayor Bales, followed by Mayor Higdon.
Is there any differences between what we heard on January the 31st with what you presented this evening? Or did you cover all of those differences?
There are no substantial differences. We've continued to refine some on the revenue perspective. And all along the way, we were focusing on safety, security, maintenance, and valuing employees. And so some funds may have shifted along the way, but it's still been consistently those. So no, there's no major changes.
Thank you.
All right, Mayor Higdon?
Apologies if this is included in the packet, but what portion of the budget is discretionary for the CEO or otherwise? I'm asking because if we decided at some point that we wanted to do a third-party investigation, and would we have the funds in this budget to do it?
I mean, yeah, I mean, there's funds that are for miscellaneous contractual services that are scattered throughout both the CAT's finance and the director's office that are available for different types of services like that.
Okay,
Well, if I made a follow-up on that, what is the fund balance for this program?
Well, I guess the fund balance, it is in excess of 100. The minimum balance that we must maintain to meet our financial metrics is $130 million across two different funds. It is in excess of that. We can get you an exact number. I think to the question, though, isn't so much, to Mayor Higdon's question, isn't so much what's in the bank, it's what's appropriated. I would say if at some point the work group, the MTC, decide to do this, then it becomes a question about what is appropriated and how much does it cost. And through the process, we would learn that, and then we would develop strategies for addressing it. So, but it's not so much the money is in the bank, but you have to appropriate it to spend it. And so that is the process we're in at this point. So.
Any other questions on the budget, operating debt and capital? And so do we have a motion to move this forward with approval to the Charlotte City Council? Do I have a motion? Okay, hearing no motion, if I recall from the city attorney's office.
Excuse me, Mayor. I'll make the motion.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Altman. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to move the budget as recommended to the Charlotte City Council for budget approval, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Okay, so that's unanimous. All right, thank you. The next item that we have is to go back up to the interim chief executive officer's report. And do you want to cover those items first or the informational items?
I will make my report very brief, if
Okay.
you'd like me to move through this now. Just a couple items to note. Our contract with RATP Dev, I think as we've noted, or it's been in the media, it expires at the end of February of 2024, so approximately a year. The RFP has launched or has been put on the street. So at this point, the RFP process is open and we are accepting proposals. When it closes, we will then move through the procurement process to move us forward towards making a selection on a provider. Wanted you to be aware of that. Also wanted you to be aware, we did send out some information earlier today to MTC and to City Council related to our North Davidson parking structure. As our engineers were doing the parking structure assessment or review, the inspection, that's the word I was searching for, as they were doing the parking structure inspection, they noted with the North Davidson parking structure that there were some cracking in the concrete that they want to further review. I will note that this parking structure was part of a legal settlement about 5 years ago and is still under warranty from that settlement. So to move along quickly, if there are questions, I'm happy to answer them. But basically, an abundance of caution, you know, we have, at the inspector's request, we have closed all upper levels of the parking facility, of the parking structure. We are accommodating staff who are the primary users of that deck in an adjacent parking facility as we do more engineering review and legal review of the warranty. We'll certainly share more information, but for now, that facility is closed. All but the ground level is closed, pending further investigation and review.
Mr. Cagle, I'd like to go back to RPDev. I wondered, and what I've been told is that there are very few competitors in this area. And so when we are going out for an RFP, I just want to make sure that I understand it's not going to be that you have a lot of choices. Some along that is a pretty small universe, or maybe it's not even, it's maybe a home.
It is a very, very small list of qualified companies, and that's true worldwide. What I'm told is the universe, you know, for a transit system like ours is probably 5 to 10. And so it's very specialized service. So we hope to have very good response on this. But very good response in this case would be 5 or so. That would be very, very good response. So again, it's all about sort of perspective. In this world, it's a very small universe of contractors. Now, I will say we have the RFP. We are making what we believe are improvements in the next contract that are reflected in the current RFP, so that we can have better partnership with our service provider moving forward.
I appreciate that comment as well, so.
Does that include showing up for work?
That is,
Might be a
we
part
do
of
like
it,
that
right?
with our partners.
Okay, so that's the end of Mr. Cagle's report. So moving to our informational items, our first update is regarding service levels. I think Mr. Lawrence is going to talk with us on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of MTC. I'll be very brief. This is just a very short presentation. But I did want to take a moment to update you all on a number of items as it relates to service for the bus side, Sea-Links Gold Line, and a minor update on our microtransit effort. Next slide. So if we all recall, last August we presented to you all the need to improve reliability on our bus services. We were missing close to 10% of our trips on a daily basis in July of last year. We made adjustments in August, and you can see there by this graph, we have drastically reduced the number of missed trips each and every day. We're somewhere around 1 to 2% of daily missed trips. We saw a slight spike in February and then went back down in March. So that got us to start looking at that again and trying to understand where are we seeing increased missed trips. If you go to the next slide, Paulus, you can see on the upper left-hand corner, those are weekday missed trips. We are missing very few trips on the weekday. Sometimes less than 10, less than 20, and that's out of 3,000 trips in a day. But we are missing a lot on the weekends, and that is starting to trouble us a bit as we start to look at the schedule and want to increase reliability. So we are monitoring this, taking a look at that, see if we need to make some changes on the weekends to help us with that, and we'll continue to report with you all on that at this point. But just wanted to give you a sense of how we're looking on missed trips. The changes we made last August have worked well, but we're keeping a very close eye just to make sure that we're still having that increased reliability with the service change. Next slide. So with that, to maintain that reliability, we are recommending that we retain the adjustments of those services that we made to 20% of our routes last year. We have not reached the operator levels that we feel comfortable with to bring service back at this point. So we're going to recommend that those, it will, at this point, become permanent, and for that means for us it will have to conduct a Title VI and service equity analysis, hold public meetings, and work with the Landis team to conduct that analysis. And we'll do that over the summer in advance of the change, the year anniversary of that in August. But we're going to continue looking at ridership, looking at operator levels to help improve reliability and efficiency, and where possible, we'll continue to look at that. But we're hopeful that we can come back from that, but at this point, we're going to have to maintain, and if there's any changes to operator levels that may impact service delivery, we'll certainly bring that to the board. Next slide. Next slide. On CeeLink's Gold Line, we've talked about the need to ensure that we have enough staffing at the ROC for controllers. One way to maybe help with the workload of the controllers, we've been looking at CeeLink's Gold Line to maybe trim some of the edges of the service, a couple hours in the evening and maybe an hour or so in the morning. So we're evaluating this now and are having conversations with our rail group. You can see that most of the ridership there is, roughly around, 7:40, 8 o'clock to about 9:30 or so at night. We have some pretty good boardings throughout the middle of the day. After about 10 or so, it starts to drop. It's less than 10 in the morning. We have a couple spikes around 15, but those early morning trips, you're carrying less than 5. So we're going to be looking at this and communicating to the public, but I just want to give you all a heads up that we are evaluating the Gold Line, and we think this will help reduce some of the pressure and workload on the controller side of rail operations. Next slide. So a quick update on microtransit status, just to remind everybody, this body adopted a bold new vision and aspirational look at how we are going to roll out service and change how we do our bus system last May. High frequent corridors, mobility hubs, and 19 on-demand transit zones throughout our service area. And so on the next slide, what this really means, what that vision means is like coming from this old model of how we have been doing bus system, for decades, into a new vision of hubs, microtransit, high-frequency networks, and those all coordinate within our CATS Pass app. And so that's taking us some time to fully realize what that vision could look like, and we've been having some conversations with the public about microtransit because that's key to the strategy of really moving us forward into the 21st century, frankly. Next slide. So for where we are on this status piece, we have been conducting some public outreach in the northern towns, some in Huntersville, Cornelius, and Davidson, talking about the potential of a pilot, working with our app, coordinating with ride-sharing companies. But we've had a difficult time really, having that ADA comparable experience to ensure that our customers can have an ADA service if they need like a wheelchair accessible vehicle. And so we have had great conversation with the mayors last week to talk about this. And I feel like we are at a point now, we feel it'd probably be best to really focus on getting the procurement out on the street, getting the RFP out there to bring vendors in who can really do this service. And then we could still do our kind of beta testing and testing of that. But through that approach, we would have our ADA comparable vehicles. We would have the fleet to do this service. And that was the status we wanted to provide with you all throughout today. And we'll continue to do public outreach. We will have to do a service and fare equity analysis for any route conversion that we want to do, like for the Village Rider routes or any route that we want to do. We need to set a fare for microtransit. How much does it cost to take one trip, to go between zones? These are all things that we need to come back to you on. So we feel our time may be best spent focusing on the procurement, focusing on these equity issues that we need to resolve, and come back with that as the updates are needed to this body. And I think with that, that's my last slide. Happy to take any questions.
Let's see. Do we have another update on service levels?
That was it.
No? Okay, so questions. Mayor Higdon?
So back when the media was kind of piling on to CATS, or maybe they still are, it was widely reported that there were a couple routes where the drivers would have like one passenger. They'd run a whole route and have one passenger or two passengers all day. Are we currently monitoring that? And if that's the case, are we eliminating those routes and/or converting to some sort of microtransit model, like a van or something, instead of driving a bus around? It just seems incredibly wasteful. I don't know if that story was true, but that was what was widely reported.
We have a number of routes that have, we call it passengers per hour. There's some routes that have less than 5, throughout the course of the day. And a lot of those are our 60-minute routes. And we, would like to get to a place to where we are focusing on main roads. Think about your 77 corridor, your Statesville, your Providence roads. Let 40-foot routes do what they do best, operate in straight lines at good frequency. And then these kind of community circulator routes that aren't probably the best use of resources. If we have just five passengers or less, that we would want to do those with microtransit. And with the adoption of that Envision My Ride vision, that's also putting us in a point to where we need to update our service policies. And so that's something else we're going to bring to you all to kind of pull this all the way through so that we have the policy to make these changes as well too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Bales?
Mr. Lawrence, thank you. I would also like to thank my counterparts over here across the table, Mayors Wasserman Knox and their staff, along with Mr. Cagle, for coming up and meeting with all of us to have this conversation around microtransit, to ensure that we launch well and that we do it successfully, and that we have buy-in from all of our communities. We did have conversations around second shift, third shift, what could that look like, the hours of operation. And I hope that as we continue to go through this process and create that RFP, that will be part of the process, that will be part of the conversation. Because we do have a lot of residents up in the North End who do have to travel at off-time hours, or like I was told from one of our seniors, that really like to get to the doctor before 10 a.m. I think that's also another caveat to it. So again, thank you. I think this is the right direction for us in microtransit, and going ahead and putting that RFP out. I hope, and I should have asked this before we voted on the budget, but that there are dollars set aside to work through the app and making sure that that app provides the experience that we want all of our residents to have.
Yeah, improving the data stream into the app is an ongoing daily process, working with Rachel Gregg and her team, making sure the equipment's working, the automatic passenger counters, the vehicle locators. If the data's good, then the app will be, because that's a constant thing that we're doing each and every day, for sure.
Well, and I would say just making sure that it's truly user-friendly, so that whether it's our residents who are utilizing that app, or you have someone who's from another country getting off a plane at the airport, and then chooses to use CATS as an option, or microtransit as an option to get around, we want to make sure that it's accessible to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Hearn?
So I wanted to address kind of two areas that kind of give me a little bit of heartburn right now. But one of which is you mentioned as far as because of rail operations where there's a little bit of curtailing of the goal line. So one of the things I will just very explicitly express is that while I understand the justification of it, I do hope that is very much temporary, because one of the things that is very notable with the goal line, especially coming from someone who lives very close to the terminus, it is often used, now I'm not saying myself, but it is often used by many people who are trying to either come to or from Plaza Midwood within later hours of the night. And obviously, as we all know, Plaza Midwood is very much a area for drinking. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I am saying that we need to, but just like a South End and Noda, we need to make sure that for the safety of our community, we need to make sure that we have alternative ways for people to get home other than driving their own personal vehicles. So while I'm not saying I don't. So while I do understand the need as far as kind of controlling rail operation for the purpose of the rock operations, I do think, however, that it does increase the need for being able to really thinking about the hiring and retention, and be able to think about the making sure we have the appropriate level of staffing numbers of the rock, because while those those numbers for the goal line, well, especially the late night hours, while that may not seem a lot, there is a degree of a safety concern from that aspect. And then secondly, in regards to microtransit, so I think that, so I do understand the justification in terms of looking at it from kind of our lower ridership levels, like the village rider, and be able to utilize some of those bus resources for, let's say, the 9, the 10, or or like the 16 or those lines. One of the things I would definitely implore you guys to be able to think about is those hours of operations, because while, just as, not to belabor some of Mayor Bales's point, when you think about Huntersville, Cornelius, and Davidson, yes, you do have those suburban riders who may work in Uptown. Those very much do exist, but you do also have those second and third shift workers, and obviously there is a lot of service jobs, especially with it being the Lake Norman area and hospitality in those areas, and as well as seniors who, again, may want to get to their doctor's appointment at 10 a.m. So I do want to just make a point to note, noting that on a surface level, I do think that microtransit is a pretty decent idea. I do think that for this pile, be able to think about the hours of operation and who's using it in order to be able to make sure that it's kind of workable for those who would definitely benefit from it, such as our public speaker earlier tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Jared. Yeah, that'll be part of the public outreach, is understanding what the service level needs are, and we've had a couple conversations with Mr. Wallace, and we'll continue to have that dialogue. And for the streetcar, there are other transit services around there that operate much later, so that part of that could be the communication, if maybe take the 9 back to the destination. So ongoing dialogue for sure.
Thank you. So next we'll have Mr. Mock come up and talk with us about the Silver Line LPA and Amity Garden Station update.
Thank you, Mayor Lyles. I'll be brief as well. So thank you for having me out tonight. Tonight I'm going to propose a potential adjustment or refinement to the locally preferred alternative that we're evaluating. Next slide, please. So just to give a little background about the Amity Garden Station, it was a station that was kind of proposed as part of the 2016 system update as a light rail station. It's between the Bojangles station and the Sharon Amity station. It's really focused on serving the Oakhurst and Sharon Amity communities. So when we started to get into the design and engineering work, the more detailed work, we're really figuring out how will it operate and how will people access it. Really started to identify some challenges with that neighborhood access, which is really the driver of it. And it's a lot of kind of the vertical transition between the community and the station. Next slide, please. So this kind of graphic just shows how the station, after the first round of engineering, is configured adjacent to the neighborhood. It's behind Echo Park Auto Mall, so a very auto-oriented use. It's really only accessible from eastbound Independence Boulevard because of the way that US 74 has been configured over the years. And one of the key distinctions there is that from the neighborhood, which is Oakhurst is on the right and Amity Gardens, to the station elevation is about a 60-foot of transition. So for our first, we tasked our engineering folks with coming up with approaches. How can we make this work? And we've developed some very challenging concepts. All of them are very impactful to the community, requiring residential disruption and definitely undesirable situations. It also requires a relatively large retaining wall, getting into some of the tree buffer that protects the community from Independence. And it really comes up with an access. It's really very undesirable, about 1,000-foot accessible meandering ramp to take you down from the community down to the station. So an undesirable access point. When we took this out to some focused community engagement, we had an engagement with Oakhurst, Amity Gardens, and Charlotte East. They were mostly supportive of the concept. There were actually some concerns from folks who live in that area about what the impacts could be if we built it. We've had some engagement with the local council member in this district. So really mostly positive feedback we've received. Certainly there were some comments about having some more engagement and talking to some other folks in the community, make sure we've touched all the bases. Happy to do that. So next slide. And with the state, with the potential removal of the station, there's other benefits. And there's the point that we're not really serving anyone with the station because it's very difficult to access. But there's also broader operational benefits. We get to pull back about 2 to 3 minutes of corridor travel time. That travel time will directly relate to our competitiveness and ridership, so there's a good benefit there. There's really, again, like I said, there's really not a lot of access to the station, so we don't feel like many people are going to be able to get there. And there's really limited development opportunities because of the way that Independence Boulevard is configured to the site. Next slide. There's, there is some cost savings, $10 to $15 million by removing the station and pulling back that retaining wall a little bit. There's certainly some environmental benefits by less impact on the residential community, and the coordination with others is really not distinguishing from an overall perspective. And so with the proposed refinement, it would be a benefit to the alignment as well. You see that dashed purple line, that would be our flattened curve, so we would be able to operate more efficiently and faster through this area, as well as just not stopping for the station. So there'll be some benefits as well. So that would be what we would propose at next month's action item as our refinement to the LPA, which would be a refinement to the alignment and the removal of the station. Next slide. Here's a summary of our engagement. So we've had Charlotte East in March, as well as Oakhurst March 14th at the Common Market. April 4th, we had Amity Gardens neighborhood meeting. CTAG is actually going to be pushed till May, so we're going to be at the May CTAG presentation instead of what's presented here. And tonight, of course, we had the MTC information, and the action would be pushed till May. We would then, once that's adopted, we would then proceed with our next phase of engineering and environmental work with that assumed alignment and station, and that would feed into our upcoming environmental work that we would be doing as part of the NEPA scoping process. Pause there. If anyone have any comments or questions?
Questions, comments? I will tell you.
I have one.
Yes.
What's the distance between the Coliseum, that stop at Amity Gardens, and then again from Amity Gardens to Sharon Amity?
About 2 miles. It's about 2 miles between the Beauplex station and the Sharon Amity station, so there is a gap in between there.
Thank you.
I will tell you right now, I don't know that I can even understand enough about it, but I guess what I would say is that what do the neighbors think? And your feedback is, your adjustment has neighborhood approval in that section.
Yeah, I'd say that most people were very, once they started to understand the vertical transition, they started to be like, oh boy, I don't know that I'm gonna walk down there. And they're like, where's the next station? And then we started talking about the Sharon Amity station, which is gonna have a parking garage and bus bays and ride share access and retail. And then there was a lot of interest more about, oh, well, let's talk about how we get to the Sharon Amity station and what is the program for that gonna look like and how's the bus routes gonna be routed. So it went very quickly once they understood the details to that it's really they're better served at Sharon Amity than they would be even if we built the station there anyways.
I really still think that this route is really important to the Pearl and the jobs that are going to be on the Pearl site. So really important to move it forward. So any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much. So last we have fare capping analysis. Mr. Rouse.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight, I'm going to present to you the Title VI Fare Equity Analysis for a new program that CAT started called fare capping. Next slide, please. We are doing this because of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which states that we are not going to, CATS as a recipient of federal funds will not discriminate against any person that utilizes our services on the basis of race, color, or national origin. Next slide. So when we analyze fare capping for the basis of Title VI, we use two criteria. We try to determine whether or not there can be negative benefits, negative effects on minorities and negative effects on those with considered low income. So we're going to begin with our definitions, and a minority as defined by this analysis is defined as a non-white person and non-Hispanic, and low income is defined by someone at or below the poverty level as defined by the Department of Health and Human Services. Next slide. The fair change policy for CATS is Civil Rights 01, and within our policy, it states anytime that we have a change in fair media or a change in fair service, we'll conduct a fair equity analysis to make sure that there are no negative benefits on the two populations that we described before. Next slide. Now, let's get into fair capping. What is fair capping? Fair capping is the rewarding of in our case, a CATS monthly pass for someone that spends the equivalent of a monthly pass within a calendar month. The monthly pass currently costs $88, and if someone spends $88 with CATS through the CATS mobile app within a calendar month, they're rewarded with a CATS monthly pass for the remainder of the month. CATS did this because we found that many customers were unable to afford the upfront cost of a monthly pass. So as they purchase passes and they utilize CATS throughout the month with our CATS mobile app, we'll track their usage, and once they reach our fair cap of $88, we'll award them with a monthly pass. We began a pilot program in September of 2022 to evaluate the usage and how successful fair capping, was, how the implementation program of fair capping was. Next slide. Now, fairs. When we performed our analysis, we had to make a few assumptions. So, the fairs which count toward our fair capping, CATS has many fair types, but only 4 fair types count towards our fair cap. These are regular passes: our one-way pass, a day pass, a weekly pass, and a monthly pass. The reduced fare passes, regional express passes, none of those other types of passes actually count toward our fare cap. Next slide. So we performed our analysis. We analyzed data from April through July 2022. What we discovered, data before that time frame, it really had not stabilized from the effects of COVID. And as we dwelled down through the data, we found that we had consistent proportional data for those 4 months, and data for months after that, they were also consistent. So we began with those 4 months of data from April through July of 2022, and that's the data that we analyzed through our CATS mobile app for the fare cap. Next slide. So what did we find? So when we compared our low-income minority customers, and we compared them to our system-wide average based upon our most current survey, we found that the minority customers utilized those 4 fare types that we spoke about: the one-way pass, the one-day pass, the one-week pass, and the monthly pass at a higher rate than they are represented system-wide. So system-wide, based upon our survey results, 62.6% of our customers are considered minority, but they were buying those pass rates at a rate of 74%. That's 18% higher, 11.5 percentage points higher, basis points. Next slide. So next, we had to analyze what type of passes were each of the customer types purchasing. We found that minority passengers were more likely to purchase our one-way tickets. They were purchasing those passes at a higher rate than our non-minority customers. And we also found that as we, I'm sorry, next slide. And we also found that our low-income customers, surprisingly, were purchasing our multi-ride passes at a rate that was a lot higher than the rates of other passenger types. So the minority customers, not minority customers, low-income customers, even though they were considered low income, they were purchasing our weekly pass, which has a built-in discount. And they were purchasing those passes at a higher rate than our higher income customers and all customers system-wide. They were also purchasing our monthly pass at a slightly higher rate than all customers and our higher income customers also. Next slide. So in summary, the two areas in which we had to actually analyze, we had to make a determination, was there a disparate impact or disproportionate burden for minority riders from the introduction of our fare cap? The answer that we determined based upon our survey and based upon our analysis is no. Next, we had to make a determination about whether or not low-income customers felt a disproportionate burden from our fare cap. And what we determined from our analysis is no. So we found that customers will benefit from the implementation of this policy. And because there were no negative effects for minority or low-income customers, that does not prompt CAT to implement any additional measures to mitigate, avoid, or minimize as it relates to fare capping. Next slide. However, CATS does recognize that our current fare capping system is not perfect. Currently, our current fare cap is only utilized for individuals with smartphones. Our current fare system is not set up to expand to all customers. So the other considerations that we had to take into effect was that minority and low-income customers do not have access to credit cards and smartphones at the same rates as other customers. That's not to say that they don't benefit, but we do recognize that they don't have access to those services. So CATS does advertise the Affordable Connectivity Program on its website, and that offers low-income individuals the opportunity to have one smartphone and for free, and free monthly service for that smartphone. Because of our current fare technology, we're not able to offer our fare capping system to individuals that receive reduced fare passes. So in the coming years, as we improve our fare technology, we will be able to offer that, we will be able to offer the benefits of fare capping to others, but currently as it stands, we are not able to offer the fare capping benefit to individuals that currently purchase our reduced fare passes. Next slide. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Does anyone have any questions regarding
Mayor
fare
Higdon
capping
has
analysis?
Mayor Higdon has a question.
Just a quick question. I think you answered it on your last slide, but you're really using the honor system. If somebody's buying, you don't know if someone's low income or if they're a minority necessarily, if they're taking advantage of this, correct?
Well, as far as being low income minority, the fare capping system is for everyone, but what we determined is based upon our current ridership is going to benefit low income and minority individuals.
Okay, so it is for everyone. You don't have to be low income or minority to take
No,
part.
it benefits everyone.
Okay, I misunderstood. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Mayor Knox?
Just because the Rain Man in me has risen to the surface, you had one slide.
Okay.
It was page 7 of your slide. I think it's page 468.
Okay.
But I'm just curious, all the numbers were similar. On one-way tickets, there were 16,000 in April, 15,000 in May.
Looking at July data?
And then July has 40,000 people. What happened?
In July data, for July, that was during a time, well, COVID happened and then we had a special event. But when we reviewed that data, the proportions for each of the pass types was similar to the previous months. So you're going to see on monthly passes is still 0.005%. Weekly passes is still proportional to the previous months.
Okay.
I think it's the fireworks and the parades during that month.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Herms? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Herms?
So not necessarily a question, but it's just a comment, but also clarify something for Mayor Higdon. So if you think about like your average, if you think about a middle or upper middle income rider, if they know that they're going to be riding a CATS vehicle enough, they may know, okay, let me just get a monthly pass. But obviously a lower income person, they may not be they may not. Unlike me, they may not be able to afford that upfront cost. So that's kind of how they will typically be helped by that. So now to you. So obviously, I do recognize there is definitely flaws in this plan as of right now, but I do recognize and I do hope and trust that there is definitely the technology will kind of catch up to and in a way that's going to be able to help all lower income citizens in the future, such as those who may not have a smartphone and other things. But I do trust that that will happen in the future. And I will also just make a note that this is something that TSAC has been kind of really pushing for the past few years. So I really think that this is definitely a really good accumulation of a lot of the discussions made amongst TSAC members in the past few years, both newer and kind of and longer standing members. So thank you.
I just want to get some clarification. You mentioned credit cards and smartphones. Are you saying debit cards or prepaid Visa cards are not applicable to utilizing this program as well?
They are. What we found when we performed our survey, we found that there was a smaller percentage of low-income individuals which actually possess smartphones with data plans. So they were lower than the population of higher income passengers. So we recognize that the higher income passengers, because there's a higher percentage that have smartphones, they could possibly be more likely to use this service.
But if they have a debit card instead of a credit card,
they can use the
service.
You could definitely use the CATS app, yes.
And a prepaid Visa card, if they took a money order, got that, they can come back and set that up and utilize it?
You would definitely be able to use the CATS app, but yeah, with improved technology, hopefully you won't have to go through all of those different avenues.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Altman?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm good.
Okay. So I think that covers our fare capping. So now we've done the budget. So now we're going to go to our two co-chairs of our advisory committees. And if you have anything to add to the conversation that we've had today, Mr. Hum, and then followed by Mr. Tillman.
Thank you. So I'll make this relatively brief. But over the past few weeks, we as a body have talked about things such as fare capping, looking at the battery electric bus fleet and the operating budget. So we've definitely kind of really ironed out a lot of questions to CAT staff, including Jason, and everything. So that's been effective. Of course, we are very happy about the fare capping analysis. One thing that many of us have kind of felt is the fact that one of the things that CATS definitely needs to be very laser focused on is hiring and retention, both being able to get bodies into bus seats and as well as being able to really retain them very well. So I think many of us do. So we do find that there definitely needs to be increased kind of really laser focus on it. I do trust that there is a lot of good plans in place for that, but I wanted to make sure just really hammer it at home that there is there's definitely a very real effect in terms of our riders and the amount of the current frequency see for some of our routes. So just more so on the note of just really continue to be laser focused on both hiring, getting more bodies, but also making sure to maintain and really start to be kind of creative in some of those thought process. So hopefully things like the apprenticeship program might be able to help in other ways, but of course it's something that definitely good time for kind of creative thought processing. So that's all I have. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you, MTC Board. My comments will be even briefer than that. Our last meeting, we had the opportunity to hear the budget presentation, and we gave our approval to move forward to the MTC, which we were here tonight and went forward with that. But we did spend a little time and delve deeper into some conversations regarding an increase in the security budget, which was a significant concern for several of our members, talking about increasing by 50% into 2024 and beyond. And that's not just armed, but also unarmed and security personnel, and expanding the ambassadors program, which is a significant benefit and a lot of job openings there. And we also talked about the rail group staffing with a 35% approximately vacancy, looking at ways to try to fill those vacancies and get us back to where we need to be on several levels. But overall, had a wonderful informational session and approved the budget to move forward. And that concludes my presentation.
Commissioner Altman?
Thank you. I just had two quick questions. On page 436 of our agenda, of our packet, there's the scope of work for TransPro, and I wanted to ask you about that, Mr. Cagle. I seem to recall in December, the last meeting we had with Mr. Lewis, we had a presentation that was like a survey of what people thought, and I was a little bit critical because I felt like it wasn't at all reflecting the reality on the ground. And so my understanding, Mr. Cagle, is that CATS has now rehired TransPro because my manager received an email about they want to meet with her. And is this the company that Mr. Lewis is with now? And are we rehiring the company that he hired before and now he's with it? And I just want to understand that.
Okay, so we have not rehired TransPro. They are under contract with CATS and have been for several years. Their contract is about to expire in June, at which point, well, before that, we will be putting that out for RFP. Yes, it is our understanding that Mr. Lewis works for TransPro. We have asked, and TransPro has provided us assurances that Mr. Lewis will not work on this account while they're the account holder. And so we haven't rehired them. We hired them under a contract several years ago. That contract is about to expire. This is, we provided the scope of work for this review. They do several things or have traditionally done several things for CATS. This is one of those things. And so they're performing the requirements under their current contract.
Thank you for that explanation. And then, just real fast, although I don't feel that the Federal Transit Administration's review obviously picked up the problems that we later learned were existing, they picked up other issues. And so I just want to make sure, if those haven't been remedied, that you'll report out to us with any extant FTA concerns as we sit here, in our next meeting or whenever we can get it on the agenda, please.
Yes, ma'am. So all FTA findings except two, and there's a letter to the effect, there's the original letter plus another letter. All FTA findings have been closed or remedied, satisfied, except the two that are noted in the second letter. That second letter did say that they were due 3/31, I believe. We have a second extension. There is a letter for that. It is not in the packet, but we can add it. The two items are related to drug and alcohol workplace testing. It's not that we don't have a program to do that. We need to clarify our policies around it to better reflect some of the changes in federal requirements or federal programs. So all of those findings in the triennial, the first letter, have been satisfied except those two. And as soon as those two are satisfied, we will provide you
Thank you,
a
sir.
second update.
Any other comments or questions from the body? Hearing none, this meeting's adjourned.